Go at throttle up.
Hello? Hello? Oh, hi. Hello? Look at me, Dr. Zoidberg. Homeowner? It's, I don't want to talk about it. It still doesn't seem real. Anyone else watching the Space Situation Awareness hearing that just ending? I was keeping up with it, John, until I had to work. But yeah, a civilian SSA agency. That's okay. How did you sleep? Oh, terrible, terrible. Yeah, no, not good, not good, not good at all. It's my boat. Wait, what? Did you get it? Our offer got accepted, Panta. We just have to close. Did it go through? Yeah. Offer got accepted. We were negotiating. I had to stop the stream yesterday because we were negotiating with the seller. We're sending somebody in to negotiate. Did you buy enough houses to share with chat? Well, you guys can see about half of it. Because half of it is quite literally a garage. Seriously, I said a lot about it yesterday. But this is like a garage with a house attached to it. I'm building the landing legs today. Well, I want to mess with the hybrid tech a little bit, Sanchai, to be honest with you. I want to mess with it. I want to see what works and what doesn't. Will it have a sauna? Yeah. Where did he learn to negotiate like that? Wonder. So I would like to test with hybrid tech a little bit more. Will it have a sauna? I could put a sauna in if I want. Just wait, you'll sign the papers and then 3 hours later, oh God, what did I just do? I had that feeling last night. Brimo and I both had that feeling last night. We were lying in bed and I'm sitting there just flipping through space Twitter, you know, like I usually do. I'm just reading. Reading about space and stuff like that. It was like 3:30 in the morning. I'm like, are you awake? I saw the light, like, you know, your cell phone light pop up. I go, you awake? And Brimo was like, yeah, are you awake? I'm like, yeah. I go, what did we just do? And she goes, yeah, no, I'm thinking the same thing. I'm like, what did we just do? Why did we do? Oh, God. Okay. Please tell me you got an inspection done on this place before you close. It's part of the process, man. I got a home inspector lined up, and we have a lawyer to look over everything, make sure all the negotiations are good. Yeah. Dude, this is something I didn't really know about home buying. Like, I thought you bought the house and it comes empty. No. That's not how that works at all. Everything is negotiable. Everything but the kitchen sink. I mean, you know what? Even the kitchen sink is negotiable too. Yeah, God, yeah, it's gonna be great. Is that the one with a good garage? Yeah. I would say it's 1,000 square feet, Doxy, but that means nothing to you. It's 90. The garage is about 92 square meters. 92. I had to do the conversion because I didn't know what the conversion would be.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, Genesis. Everything is negotiable. I didn't realize that. Like, I didn't know. The garage is freaking gigantic.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Pancake sweats. That's a tier 1 sub. Thanks, man. They are letting us keep the kitchen sink. And we got the washer and the dryer, dude. Like, I was reading all the contract last night. My 2-bedroom flat is smaller than that. Vasi, this, like I said, this is out in the sticks. So it's a little ways away. Out in the sticks. But how long will it take to close on it? Should be by the end of the month, just to make sure that everything is squared. How's the internet out there? Got fiber. Because Massachusetts. Be honest, my whole apartment can fit in the garage. Pretty damn close. Yeah. Yeah, Massachusetts has, yeah, there's fiber everywhere. Fiber's all over the place. So, nah, guys, I want to show you pictures, but I'm not going to be able to show you pictures until, this is what I mean by when you say you can see half of it. You can see half of the house. Because, dude, there is the garage is going to be basically my HQ. That's going to be the headquarters. Like, you know how, like, a couple months ago I was talking about how, like, we could stream and then, like, I'll pull the green screen back and the cars will be right there? Yeah, Warrens, exactly. Yeah, about, no, don't get me wrong. We got the home inspector coming and everything. What about summer? Is it HVAC'd? It's insulated with electricity, Grav. We can HVAC it. It's no problem. I think there might be already things in there. I missed that part, but it's okay. Even if there isn't, it's dude, it's an insulated building. Should be fine. Yeah, digital. No one nobody sees it. And yeah, no one sees it until it's ours. Hey, Sid the Lead Tier 2, 25 months. Thank you. You better put the green screen on motorized rails. Sanchai, we talked about that, dude. I remember you were there for that conversation. That's what I mean. Is it actually in sticks? It's more sticks than I'm used to, Lulin. You guys got to remember, I've only lived in 2 places in my life. One of them has been here, in the city, and the other one has been in Orlando in an apartment, which is in the city. I've never lived on the outskirts of a city. This is like practically country boy living by my standards. It's not. Nope, never done that. No more AC hum on stream. It's possible. It's on septic, Orion, but it's septic, but not well water. It's on town water. Go figure. But you give big country boy vibes. Yeah, I've been told that. Does it come with a garden? Dude. I can't tell you. It could give it away too much. I'll show you some other time. Long story short, there's enough space for a garden. So you'd be like a weatherman on TV. Well, Chief, imagine like I'm streaming right here, right? Imagine we're streaming, everything is A-okay, and then I pull the screen back, and the 59 is right behind me. Yeah, John, I know. I said by my standards. Oh, there you go, Stan. Right on. Welcome to the burbs, cuz. Dude, it is like, yeah, no, I'm in the city, man. You just DM me, it's not like I'm in a place to buy a house in the U.S. Yeah. Yeah, it's near enough to civilization, Hip. It's near enough. I don't want to give away distances or anything, but it's near enough. I like my privacy, Orion, yeah. I like my privacy. I like to be left alone. Leave me alone, I leave you alone. It's that simple. It doesn't need to be more complicated. I was gonna share this last night, but you was gone. Yeah, I had to go do some stuff. Oh, that's cool. Neat. Oh, nice. Look at all the sub-assemblies that they're putting together. Cool. Get off my lawn. Yeah, Hellfish, it's pretty much that. You like to be left alone but live in the city. How's that possible? Because having people all up in your crap for 30 years really gets old. You know, I'm fairly confident we're far enough out of the city where I could drive the Coronet around and people won't, like, flag me down, pull me over to the side of the road, and tell me how much my car is polluting. Yes, that actually happened. I've told that story before. That reminds me, did you see Tim's recent acquisition? I was talking with him about it, S. Yeah, I've been talking with him about it over DMs. It's got a Triton V10 in it, man. It's a nice truck. You serious? Why would I make that up? That actually happened. Yeah, no. I was driving around my neighborhood one time where my parents live, and yeah, neighbor up the street. I pulled over, I said, hey, how you doing? Do you know how much that car is polluting? Yes. I do. Yeah. Dude, even telling the story is cringe. I didn't lose my cool. What I did was, well, let's see. This car was manufactured in 1969. It is well endowed, paid for its carbon footprint, and then some. It's offset its carbon footprint. It's offset its carbon footprint enough that it's going to pollute way less overall because this car has been on the road for 50 years, and your Lexus hybrid over there with non-recyclable batteries has not. So I kind of got a little snappy. I'm not gonna lie. And I go, that hybrid car over there is gonna pollute. Is gonna end up having a bigger carbon footprint because you're gonna throw that away in 5 years. It's gonna have a bigger carbon footprint than this car ever would. Because this car was easier to manufacture. It literally cost less energy to make this car than that car over there. And part of that car is not recyclable. Every part of this car is recyclable. And you know what I got from that? No, I don't think that's how that works. And I was like, okay, see you later, bye. I'm not making that up. I swear that actually happened. Brimo was with me. She was like, EJ, calm down. I'm like, I hate you. Ugh. Yeah, K3. That's why I got a little snappy. That's me being snappy. Explaining science and actual physics. Like, yeah, I don't think that's how that works. I'm like, you don't understand engineering then. You should probably stay in your friggin' lane. I want to take the time out right now. Yeah, I was a little annoyed. I mean, because that's not bullcrap. That's honest truth. Ooh, Astra stuff. Neat. That's the honest truth. Coronet is entirely recyclable. It's metal. It's all metal and rubber. You can recycle the entire car if you really wanted to. You can get 100% of that car back. Right? And it was manufactured 50 years ago. It's well paid for its carbon footprint. Like, we've paid for that and then some. Because it's so simple to manufacture, and it's been on the road for so freaking long. Cars that last longer, you understand, have way more of a carbon footprint. Have way less of a carbon footprint. Why? Why is that the case? Well, if you build something to last, you don't have to make as many. If you don't make as many, because the factory pollutes way more than the car ever would. Just saying. Well, your thinking is wrong. I'm like, yeah, my thinking is wrong. Okay, yeah, no. I've been meaning to ask you, why is SpaceX launching its small sats on Electron? SpaceX? They're not, as far as I know. Saw the latest VOD. Good luck. Jinque. Thanks, man. I appreciate it, Endo. Yeah. I'm so serial, your car pollute. Man Bear Pig is real, Grumpy. Man Bear Pig is real. Oh, yeah, exactly, Hip. The Space B sats are SpaceX? Interesting. Nor FS 2020. Huh? Half man, half bear, half pig. Man, bear, pig. Yeah. Yep. Who the frick would make that up? And I'm like sitting there going, really? Okay. Let's go over here. Yeah. I mean, no FS 2020 today. I wanted to play Kerbal, actually. Yeah, we could do Flight Sim tomorrow. That's fine. Yeah, I know, Wisp. I know. But people can't be... when being morally justified about science, people can't be bothered with things like... science.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, JI9. Thanks for the sub, man. Welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Science? Science is only science when it's convenient to me. Welcome to Earth. Oh, please, 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 don't do that again. That's pretty cringe, bro. Even as a joke. Yeah, I don't know where, like... okay. Better check your drive space before Flight Simulator. Flight Sim should be updated, dudes. It should be fully updated. I messed with it yesterday. Well, 2 days ago? I don't know, the last couple of days have been a blur. Can you blame me? Guys, I wanted to show you this. Check it out. EJ's been messing with cranes again. Oh, no! Mom, EJ's messing with cranes again. Check this out. Hey, guys! Anyone remember this gem? Oh, I remember that. Hey, guys. New Kerbal likes Kraken Tech, too. I probably forgot something one thought, I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh. Yes. Yes. Oh, wait a minute. That's right, we were doing a test. Hold on. That's my rocket there, GSF. That's right, I like that dang bill emote. Huh. Oh, look at that! Not drifting robotics. Huh. Funny how that works. Oh, those drifted though. That look like it drifted at all to you, fellas? I don't think so. Ready? Boop. Let's see. Dudes, I just want to point out how strong this is. This whole thing is pivoting on one G11 hinge, but it's one G11 hinge with Kraken tech attached to it. We figured out that if you do same vessel collision on physics-less parts, it works. I don't know why. It works. So I have an original Kraken bearing in there with the spectrometers, and it works. And it holds the hinge in place and keeps it from drifting. Why is it called Tunguska? Because Tunguska and Chunguska sound similar, and I thought it was a funny name. Large Chungus, large Chungus. What happened to Microsoft Flight Simulator? Huh? What is this? It's a crane. Try to pick up the helicopter? We can't pick that up. We don't have enough counterweight. Excuse me? What is this? Oh yeah, Astra. Rocket 4. Rocket 4, dudes. Guys, we're making a crane that's holding up an insane amount of weight and it's not drifting. This has a mast and a derrick and everything, and it's holding it, and it's not breaking. You know how strong this damn hinge is? And the reason why the K92 is there because I wanted to test hinge drift, and it's very clear by looking up here that the hinges are drifting. They are drifting, absolutely. Everything is drifting around. However, no drift from that hinge because same vessel collision holds that hinge in place. It won't move now. It holds it in place because the load is being put on the Kraken tech, and it's not being put on the hinge. And because of that, it won't drift. Every time we reload the scene and it wants to, the Kraken tech will snap it back into position. It's self-correcting. I don't think people realize how big of a deal that actually is. That is very, 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 that's game-breaking. Groundbreaking, game-breaking? Well, maybe not game-breaking, but... Finally, Moonbase save. Yeah, Orion, you remember Moon Crane from the career mode? Remember that? Okay. Yeah, we can make a bigger version of that. A much bigger version. Remember Moon Crane? Oh, I remember! Pepperidge Caps Lock remembers. Guys, look, okay, anybody that knows anything about cranes, and I'd like to think that you guys do, right? Look at this. You know how strong that hinge has to be to do this? To counterbalance that? And think about how much moment that weight has over the counterweight back here. This should break. It should rip itself to pieces, but it's holding together. Isn't that cool, Rem? Like, look at what it's doing, dude. that... A crane should not do that. That should break. Yeah. We can't pick up the gyro. The crane doesn't have enough counterweight. So what do you need this crane for? Ryan, I don't necessarily need this crane for anything. This is a test. It's a test to see how strong these hinges are. And they are strong. So Ryan, this could lead us to a bunch of different things. Like one of them being like better integration equipment, for instance. Here, let's recover the K92. And that leads me to something that I want to try. I want to try something. Might work, might not. We gotta find it. Hey Shirley, how you doing? You could always build a gantry crane for your hopeful new garage. Cranes? In real life? In my garage? Do you have enough clearance for a lift in there? There's enough clearance for two. Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking at the garage right now. Yeah. Yeah, there's enough clearance for two. Yeah. It's got Jake, it's got 15-foot ceilings. Like I said, I don't want to show you guys any pictures of it. I'll show you when the time is right. Like, when we closed on it. But it's pretty sweet. I might... The thing is, fellas, I might be a little bit on the house poor side for a little while. But, no, that's not me asking for money. What I'm going to do is we're going to stream more. Any way to make a rotating arm with robotics? How about a crane? How about a crane that we made without robotics? Using the same hinges. That is a level loofing crane. It can move stuff back and forth. Like it can push stuff out and forward and back. It can't really go up and down. But yeah. Pre-robotics, man. But it's using those same hinges, dudes. What's the TDRV 165? Oh. Cool. Oh yeah, TDRV has the same hinges. Yeah, Hellfish, that's cool. Did you build all these craft files on stream? Yep. Yeah.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I gotta sneeze. It's a Jake break. Stream a housewarming party and put a registry together somewhere? Oh, furs. Yeah. Is it bad if my registry... Dude, okay, so first, two things. Is it bad if my registry is literally going to be like lathes and drill presses and gantry cranes? I'm dead serious about that. Maybe even a lift? Thank you. Second of all, house is moving ready, dude. I don't know. It's moving ready.
Discovery,
I don't know what to tell you, homie. If Brimo doesn't care, that's fine. Brimo is like as into it as I am. And it's kind of... Okay. No, don't get me wrong. I'm like super pumped on it. Does Harbor Freight do registries? I don't know. I don't think so.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I'm trying to find it. It'll all work once. Yeah, okay. As a homeowner, the biggest tip I can really give is figure out if you want to paint or redo floors and do that before moving in. Ebsolon! Subscribe to Tier 1 6 months in advance? Eb, thanks, buddy. Damn, dude. You guys are being too nice to me. I haven't earned this. I haven't earned this. You guys, you're being too nice to me. Dude, Harbor Freight. Okay. This is not like some controversial hot take or anything, okay? You remember? Guys, and girls too, whatever, it doesn't matter. You remember when you're like 10, you go to Toys R Us? You go to Toys R Us? Rip. It's a shame that doesn't exist anymore. And it's just like, I want this, 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 I want this. I'm 33. That happens every time I walk into a Harbor Freight. Every single time without fail. I want that, I want that, I want that. Ooh, look at those welders. Oh, look at that drill press. Oh, air tools! You know, like, it's bad. It's not good. It's not good. It happens every time I walk into a Harbor Freight. It's horrible. Yeah, Harbor Freight is trouble, man. It's trouble. And I get it. The tools aren't the best quality from time. Like, you know, it's inexpensive. That's the point. is the TDRV? Must not be in this save. The warranty on their small engines is good? Yep. Oh, wait. That's just me. You smell? Are you saying you smell? Do I really smell? Hang on. Yeah, we don't have any of the TDRV parts here. Sorry, I had to show the garage interior to chat. How do you know where I live? I'm quite fond of this place. I'm quite fond of that place. Well, I can't find the exact vehicle that I want to work with, which is annoying, but... Could you please show a shuttle design of yours and explain how to balance it at the launch of KSP? You don't have to ask me twice. Yeah, Hellfish, right? Yeah, Wolfie, it did. We gotta close, so I don't wanna jinx anything. But yeah, offer got accepted. That's a fun airplane to fly, indeed. Ah, shoot. Here we go again. Hooded, is this what you want to see? Hey guys, anyone remember this gem? Why didn't you play Flight Simulator? I wanted to play Kerbal. What do you want to know, Hooded? We need it in career. I tell you what, with same vessel collision Kraken tech, we might that actually could happen. Oh, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. I've been working on the new stuff. Don't do that to me. Can you show it center of mass? Sure. So, Hooded, what do you exactly want to know? At the launch. Okay. Sorry, Captain. I'll tip you $100 if you use the shuttle in mission mode. You'd have to find a way to put it together, S. That's a really... Like I said, we went through this a little while ago. I could figure out a way to put the stack together. I'm not 100% sure about reuse, to be really honest with you. That would be very difficult with this design because this is supposed to be like the real thing. This thing is supposed to act exactly like the real one. It's supposed to behave pretty much as close to the real dynamics as possible. GLS's go for auto sequencer start. Onboard computers have primary control of all vehicle critical functions. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. GLS's go for main engine start. Hold on. Stop. Oh yeah, I remember this happened last time. Hold on. Hold on a second. Well, hold on a second here, Professor. There we go. We have our SLS aboard. Redundant set launch sequencer aboard. Safing system. Alright, let's try this again. We are go for auto sequencer again. They'd never turn around to shuttle this quick. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. DLS is go for main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. Uh-oh. Come on. Come on, get over. Terrible abort on my part. Yeah. Oh. Independent throttle control is locked out. That's not good. Yeah, this craft file isn't the right craft file because this is about to not end well. We'll get her back down to the runway, no problem. These should be locked out to independent throttle. Main throttle on a thrust limiter. That's not really what you want.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yeah, it's just the external tank. We don't need that. It's disposable anyway. I still know how to fly this thing. Despite all the years past. Give me one moment. It's because we have payload in the payload bay, guys. Bingo. Z, don't picnic. Find a nice soft spot to land. Set ground altimeter. Flare. Still got some ground speed. Not much more, though. And that's why you give yourself a way to shut your boosters off. I mean, don't get me wrong. It does not fly well. But it flies. It flies about as good as the real one. So you got to know how to fly the real one to get this one to work. That's why, you know, I have all these panels on it and everything. Just like the SSTO. It's designed to aerodynamically fly like the real shuttle. Meaning it makes a ton of drag in the back, and if you run out of airspeed, that's game over. Did you set control point on the ET? I did. Yeah. It didn't... Independent throttle control was locked out on the SRBs for some weird reason. So Hooded, despite that crappy attempt at getting into orbit, there's a couple of things that you have to take into account here. So first of all, the first thing that I need to take into account is that those need to be locked out. If they're not locked out, then yeah, it's no point. So it's a balancing act, dude. Basically, it's a big balancing act. You got to remember. Like, actually, you know what, Hooded? I was about to go on a spiel about the shuttle, but here's the thing. Where are you having problems? Are you having problems at liftoff? Well, at liftoff, the shuttle slews to the left, like mine did. You see how mine kind of went sideways? The real one does that. It's supposed to do that. Because, long story short is you have some engines pointing sideways there. It's going to go a little bit sideways off the pad. That happens every time. I can show you some footage if you want. Not KSP, NASA. Okay, this footage right here. It's in slow motion. I'm going to run it at 2x playback. Watch the SRB. Watch. So when I say my shuttle copies the dynamics of the real shuttle, mine does everything that this does. I spent copious amounts of time watching this to make sure that it does exactly the same thing. See? Look at its slew. Look at it. It's going that way. See? It goes sideways. See that? The reason why is because the shuttle engines are pointing off to the side. Now, couple of words on the shuttle engine itself. The shuttle engines are not actually gimbaling. They're not vectoring left to right like crazy. Well, my boosters are on. These things don't move. The gimbal is locked. See? Locked gimbal. I use action groups. I bind an action group to booster separation to unlock the gimbal on these things. These, you don't steer with these. Okay? Don't steer with those. Not a good idea. That's not smart. Now why? Well, why is that? Well, these are 15 degrees offset, okay? And everybody thinks, oh, I'd steer with the shuttle engines. They're offset, right? Because, you know, we'll be able to have more torque. No. A yaw maneuver with these, because they're offset to the center of mass, if you yaw, so the engines go this way, right? Your center of mass is pointing that way. Well, what's that going to do if it's up here? It's going to roll you, so your control input is wrong. Don't do that. Pitch will still do the same thing. Yaw will roll you, and roll will also roll you. The shuttle isn't controlling from here. That's not, no. I have a control point up here at the top. I control from here. Because the shuttle is just payload on the side of this big stack right here. The engines are only there from keeping it going this way or that way too much. You gotta remember, the SRBs are the first stage, okay? Would you use a second stage gimbal? Like if you had a second stage that was offset, right? And your engine was offset to the side, would you use that second stage to steer a rocket? Hell no, you would not. It would not work. Because that's the upper stage on the side there. That's how you gotta think about this. Okay? So the SRBs are doing most of the work. Because they're doing most of the lift, because they're the first stage, they need to do most of the steering as well. These do not do steering. You don't steer with your upper stage engine when your first stage is still attached. That doesn't make any sense. And that's how you got to think about this. The orange tank and the shuttle are the second stage. It's just the second stage is lit at liftoff because, well, you have a brick attached to the side with the aerodynamics of a steam locomotive. Replay with sound on? Oh, this is from Ascent here. There's just commentary over this. This doesn't have sound.
This is sort of getting jarred loose and turning into steam. And I'm assuming, I don't know for sure, that it prevents...
no, it's the Shaggy Defense version. Wasn't me.
Liftoff. Probably, again, acoustic deadening noise. And
is that the shuttle? Wasn't me.
If you look in the upper left-hand corner, you see the umbilical falling backwards there. And then look at how the space shuttle main engines are punching through that water in the flame trench. That's really cool.
This is an awesome video. It comes up every once in a while when we have to show it on stream. This is all the engineering cameras from the shuttle program. At the end of the shuttle program, two guys from NASA made this video, and an engineer and one of the camera guys made this video, and it's really, really awesome. All right, here, hooded. Watch the external tank, okay? You see where the ET is? Look at the ET in reference to the background, all right? So the line of the external tank is pretty much going right here. This is the 39A access, one of the 39A access roads right there. That's Gator Hole right there, if you really know. The Apollo Memorial's right there. If you've been to KSC, you know what all this means, okay? See over here behind my fat melon? You see how this kind of pathway right here is basically lined up with the edge of the ET? Watch. Watch right there. See what I'm talking about? You got to get the slew off the pad. If you don't get the slew off the pad, it doesn't matter. You're not... My finger is where the edge of that path is. Look. It drifts to the left. This is called... What this phenomenon is called is actually a product of trigonometric functions. Or at least, well... It's not a product of it. Trigonometric functions are quantifying what's going on. You remember trig? You ever take a trig class, Hooded? Remember sine, cosine, and tangent? And you distinctly remember you never needing to use those ever? Remember that? The shuttle experiences here what's called a cosine loss. Okay, there's a cosine loss of thrust. You can use cosine to quantify thrust that's not completely lined up with the force of gravity, right? Because the engines are 15 degrees out from the SRBs. The SRBs are straight. So the SRBs are straight, the engines are tilted, right? Because they're tilted, not all of that thrust is being used to counteract gravity. Basically, you're taking a TWR hit because some of the engine is used to push the vehicle that way. But that's the stabilizing force. If you didn't have those engines, because you can't really gimbal those straight down, right? You can't gimbal them straight down. You'll hit the body flap, and I don't think the shuttle engines could gimbal for these to be going straight down. Now, however, if you look at those engines, they are gimbaled down a little bit, just a tiny bit. They're a little bit off the thrust line. The engine should be pointed this way, right? They're a little off center, just a small bit for stabilization. Now, you might see a different gimbal angle here depending on your payload mass, right? But for the most part, when the shuttle hits this part of its liftoff, if you look, it slews to the side, and then it's kind of flying like this. It's kind of almost flying diagonally up. Well, that's because you're balancing your center of thrust between your center of mass between the SRBs and this, but it's more in favor of the SRBs. You can clearly see that the center of gravity of this whole design is like right here somewhere. It's in favor of the SRBs because the SRBs are doing 80% of the work. These are doing 20%, so it's 80% favorable to this side. So the center of mass is over here somewhere, right? Now, if you go and look at my shuttle, look at where the COM is. See what I'm talking about? Look at where the center of thrust is. See what I mean? Now, you can't really adjust that in this, so I like to keep my engines fixed, and then I just use the SRB's gimbal. A lot of people don't know that the solid rocket boosters on the shuttle have 8 degrees of gimbal vector. They can move 8 degrees in any direction. They're steering this thing up into space. The shuttle engines really only come into line a little bit later. Now, why? Why is that? Here, let me turn the music back on. The shuttle engines start pivoting after booster separation, okay? Last. So what you're saying is they caught the shuttle slipping in 4K. Love them. So aerodynamic forces end up canceling out that slew motion, right? Sparky, they accepted an offer. We're still closing, but yeah. Orbiter, external tank, SRB. Let's hope, man. Yeah, see, that's my thing now. That's my thing now. Orbiter, external tank, SRB. Ignominy, Patriot, Shuttley, Spiritus, Tanky. It works. How are you feeling after a night of sleeping on it? Sleep? Sleep? It's a good joke. Now, here's the tough part. Here's the tough part here, Hooded. When the boosters separate. So, when the boosters separate, you have a key here. Okay? This is the hardest part. If you notice, when the shuttle separates the boosters, check this out. This has good booster sep footage in it. When that shuttle separates the boosters, it keeps flying in the same direction. This is where this gets a little bit tricky. So, the boosters on the shuttle, not only do they have gimbal, but they can throttle. Yeah, I don't care what anybody says. You can say, oh, SRBs aren't throttleable. Anybody that says that crap has only played Kerbal and doesn't really understand how real SRBs work. SRBs can throttle. They're programmable, okay? It's analog programming, but it is programming nonetheless. You can get them to throttle, and the shuttles absolutely do throttle. Now, Hooded, this is important to understand. SRB, or solid propellant in rocket boosters in the industry, is referred to as grain, okay? Grain, that's what it's called. So, when you hear me say grain, I'm not talking about, like, wheat. I'm talking about solid propellant. Now, how you physically pack the grain inside of the SRB casing will determine your thrust curve. Why? It'll determine your thrust curve because of one big basic, well, not basic principle, one big principle. Combustion chamber geometry. The entirety of the SRB is the combustion chamber. The whole thing is a rocket. As opposed to a liquid fuel engine, which has a little tiny combustion chamber and pumps feeding it. The whole SRB, it's a big firework minus the boomy part. So, how you physically pack the grain inside of the SRB determines its thrust curve, and you can program it, especially if you have segmented SRBs with O-rings connecting them all together. You can pack each segment a little bit differently and get a thrust curve. You can get your engines to, your solid rocket boosters to, throttle back for max Q, for instance. That's called a regressive thrust curve. Here, this is what this looks like. Check it out. An SRB with toroidal packed grain, right, will have this is called a progressive thrust curve because it goes up over time. This thing, the donut or the black hole, that is a linear thrust curve over time. This star pattern right here throttles down for a throttle bucket, like throttling down for max Q, for instance. This one is a regressive thrust curve, a linear regressive thrust curve. It's just a straight line down. Most thrust at liftoff, least thrust at the end. I'm not sure what that one is called. Probably a cosine thrust curve, maybe? I don't know. But there's a boat anchor over here. The boat anchor, that's what I like to call it, is a regressive thrust curve with a tail off. Now, it's important to note, every single SRB has a tail off right here. Every single one of them, despite the thrust curve, has a tail off. There's a point where there's just no propellant left in here, and you lose combustion chamber pressure, and whoop, your SRB just turns into a nice big flamethrower. It said something very controversial on Twitter. Yeah, see, because they take a bunch of these segments and pack them together, you get a thrust curve like this. Thank you for linking that, Banana. Do most use number 3? Depends. Depends on what you're doing. It depends if is it a missile? Is it an SRB? Is it a side booster for an Atlas? Is it a segmented SRB? It depends. Remember, Blumen, application, developers, yes! Sorry. I need more coffee. Developers. That's an old joke. Well, is that a meme? That's pre-meme-brian. That was before memes. That was before memes. No. Yes!
Go and throttle up.
Yes! Yes! It's the yes that gets me. Yes! So, it really depends on what you're doing, okay? That's a big one. It really depends on what you're doing. So, now, okay, why are we talking about thrust curves? What the hell does that have to do with the SRB? Are you Chewbacca defensing me? No, I'm Shaggy defensing you. It wasn't me. Best thing Microsoft did was jettison that guy. Balmer was, Balmer? That is the thing that existed. So, something like that, Scrivy. I mean, what a bullet does, a bullet's just an SRB. Seriously, same thing. An SRB is like a casing with a primer cap on the top. That is what a solid rocket booster does. Instead of shooting a bullet out of a barrel, the casing has a throat at the end. It has a funnel at the end, and it shoots it out at high speed. It literally is the same. They are the same thing. Some ammunition uses steel casings. Guess what the casings on the SRB are made out of? And they're literally called casings. They are steel. It's just physics. You're using Newton's third law. All right? Now, what you do with all that energy is the difference between an SRB and a gun. An SRB, guns are cool. They don't have anywhere near the same amount of energy as an SRB does. Not even a 16-inch Cal 50 Mark 7. No. 406 millimeter gun. No, not even close. Not even close to the energy here. In fact, SRBs make bullets look slow. Yeah. I wish it was just Newton's third law. Yeah. So, why are we talking about this? What does this have to do with anything? Well, that tail off specifically is what I'm talking about. This is the important thing to understand. The tail off. Because when the SRBs separate on the shuttle keeps going in the same direction. It's still going in the same direction. Right? It doesn't tilt up, doesn't tilt nose down. It just keeps going in the same direction. So how? How do you do that? Well, the SRBs tail off, okay? And they tail off to a point because the thrust goes down with the SRBs. You're tailing off to a point where the center of thrust eventually moves up and up and up and up and up and up and up. till the center of thrust basically aligns with the shuttle engines. Those SRBs have that tail off, and right when they tail off, the center of thrust goes way in favor of the shuttle engines. It basically moves from down here somewhere up to there. Okay? So, when they separate, the center of mass does get a bump over here towards the shuttle, and so does the center of thrust because the SRBs are tailing off. They jettison the mid-tail off, believe it or not. So, your center of thrust and center of mass instantly get bumped towards the shuttle. And when they do, they align perfectly. This happened every time the shuttle jettisoned its boosters. Every single time. They bumped it. The center of mass shifted because you're jettisoning your SRBs. So your center of mass is going to go up here because this is just fuel. Center of mass will go this way, and your center of thrust is gradually working this way, but it makes it to maybe like right here. And then you jettison the SRBs mid-tail off before it goes too in favor of the shuttle and the thing starts to flip over, right? They dump the boosters, center of mass and center of thrust shift, and their position that they jump to lines up perfectly. And this is where the shuttle gimbal comes in. Now, I said that happens every time. That bump gets them to line up perfectly every time. But here's something to consider. Here's something to consider. The shuttle can launch with nothing in the payload bay and make it just fine into space. Or it can launch with 18 tons of payload and make it perfectly into space. The bump at booster separation is exactly the same no matter what. Why? Who knows why? Think about it. Who knows why? Because you'd think adding a freaking Greyhound bus size mass to the side of your rocket is going to get it to freak out. So when you separate it, with the shuttle separated when it had a big payload in it, it's going to start flipping over, right? No. It stays the same every time. Why? What compensates? You know this. Is there no fuel tank with the correct diameter? I'll get into why this is a bunch of segmented tanks in a moment. You got it, Banana Time. Hooded, listen. This is where the 10.5 degrees of gimbal vectoring range from these starts to really become a thing. Okay? The 10.5 degrees of gimbal from this compensates. It compensates for differential dry mass or differential final mass over time. What does that mean in plain English? It compensates for the fact that you have a Greyhound bus size mass inside of the payload bay, right? So if you look, because I moved this, if you look right now, it's pretty much aligned for the most part, right? But if I add this in here like that, now it shifts it upright a little bit. We're shifting up. That's where the 10.5 degrees of gimbal come into play. The reason why these engines have gimbal is to compensate because your rocket engines are mounted to the side of your main fuel tank instead of directly underneath it. See what I mean? You have to take that into account. But it's not that simple. The shuttle, if you look, take a look here. It's not that simple. Once you get that center of thrust and center of mass thing lined up, right? Once you get it lined up, it ain't that simple. How are you draining fuel out of the external tank? This is why I have segmented tanks. This is why my external tank is a bunch of fuel tanks all put together. It's not just one big 5-meter tank. Now, there's two big reasons for that. The first one, which is not really pertaining to this, is that these two fuel tanks on the side here feed my SRBs. Because my SRBs aren't SRBs. I made this shuttle before we had bigger solid rocket boosters in the game. And I know what people are going to say. Oh, well, EJ, why don't you make it work with the Clydesdale now? The Clydesdale doesn't have enough thrust. It doesn't have enough thrust. More or less, Senshai. My SRBs are liquid fuel boosters. They're liquid fuel boosters. They're liquid fuel boosters that are a bunch of engines that are clipped into each other. So this is a little bit of smoke and mirrors here. But they work exactly like the real SRBs. My SRBs tail off in thrust over time, just like the real ones do. How? How did we do that? Well, Hooded, this is where this gets a little bit complicated. So look at the boosters. Looks good, right? Inside of the boosters, I have segmented fuel tanks. They're the 1.8 meter fuel tanks, right? But there is a very, very complicated fuel transfer system going on here. If you look, these fuel tanks aren't actually attached to each other. Some of them are, but you'd think I should select this one and all of them should be selected, like if we select different tanks on the external tank. No, that's not how I did this. I split up the fuel tanks. So certain fuel tanks are connected to certain engines. And we have 4 engines back here. There's 4 mammoth engines. That was the only way to get the right amount of SRB thrust to match the vector engines. And I was using proportions from the actual shuttle. So if the shuttle engines in real life have this amount of thrust, and the vector engines in Kerbal have this amount of thrust, you could basically fill in the blanks. You get a correlation, so I can figure out how much, because I know how much the real SRBs have in thrust, I can figure out how much thrust I needed. And then from that, we can determine burn time, and you can determine different tail-off points. I can basically mimic the shuttle's ascent profile almost exactly. This isn't, I warn you, this is not exact. It's close. It's close. Kerbal is a different planet. Kerbin's a different planet, so it's going to be a little bit different. Can you overclock the SRB? Sure, of course you can, Sanchai, but at the behest of burn time. You overclock the SRB, you produce more thrust, your burn time goes down. Burn time is the key with the shuttle, because the shuttle is a lot of timings. There's a lot of timings here. So, each fuel tank is connected. So, one fuel tank is connected to one mammoth engine there. 2 fuel tanks are connected to another one. 2 fuel tanks are connected to another one, hang on. Yep. 2 fuel tanks are connected to another one, and one of them is connected to these fuel tanks here. So one of them is designed to burn a lot longer than the others. So my SRB thrust has a regressive thrust curve like this. That was very complicated and very hard to get the timings just right. This is by far and away one of the most difficult launch vehicles ever designed. This is right up there with the SSTO. This took me 6 months to figure out and do all the math. This is like crunching numbers off a stream, coming in here, and then engineering the tank. Now, you remember, that's just one thing. Now, okay, so what about the other segmented fuel tanks? How do you get this thing to all line up? How do you get it to... You know, you get SRB separation, you get your center of mass, center of thrust bump, right? From one to the other, right? Now, how do you balance the fuel? Because if your external tank is draining top to bottom, your center of mass is going to be back here, and your shuttle engines won't be able to compensate. Well, the shuttle's external tank, the ET uses a couple of tricks here, okay? The tricks are not necessarily something that we can do in KSP, but we can fudge it a little bit. So, we can fudge this a little bit. We don't... You can play with it. No, not this craft file. It's ET1. ET1 has the diagram built in. I left diagrams on all these craft files, so in case this happens, I could explain it. 647. This is the one. All right, so look. This has my rulers and stuff plotted in it. So, the external tank has a little bit of a trick here. What's the trick? The center of mass of the external tank throughout the entire ascent of the shuttle stays right there. If you could isolate the center of gravity of the ET, it stays right where that X is. Right where that cross is. It stays right in the inner tank. How do I know? Well, when the SRB, or when the shuttle engines are zeroed, when the gimbal is zeroed on those shuttle engines, look where they're pointing. They point exactly at the inner tank. What's the inner tank? The inner tank is a structural connection between the hydrogen tank and the LOX tank. Inner tanks are used for a couple of different reasons. There are a couple of rockets that still use inner tanks, like SLS, for instance. SLS has a similar inner tank. It's derived from this, but it's not exactly the same. Now, look at the external tank. So, the center of mass, you're telling me the center of mass of the ET is right here? Well, no, not necessarily. It has to be filled with fuel. But for the most part, it's probably like when it doesn't have fuel in it, it's probably like right here somewhere, give or take, but more or less right here. This is the part that has the most stuff in it, right? This is just all hollow space. So is up here. Center of mass is right around here, believe it or not. Okay, so all right, so what happens when you fill this tank over here and fill this tank up? This is the LOX tank up here, liquid oxygen, and this is the liquid hydrogen tank. Okay, so what happens here? That tank is way bigger than this tank. NASA used differential fuel pressure to solve this problem. Actually, it was Boeing. Boeing made the ET, if I'm remembering right. They used differential fuel pressure to solve this problem. Hydrogen cannot be stored at a very high density, because if you store hydrogen at a high density, it will boil and it will turn to gas. And when a hydrogen turns to gas, it goes everywhere. They have that problem with SLS right now. They had too much gaseous hydrogen in a line because of flow rate problems, and it turned to gas and it leaked all over the place. That's partially because they didn't torque the bolts down correctly, but they didn't retorque the bolts down correctly on the ground umbilical carrier plate on the hydrogen side, so the catch can caught too much gaseous hydrogen and then it started leaking. There's your fault tree. Now, hydrogen has to be stored at a much lower density. Liquid oxygen, on the other hand, you could store at a very high density, like what SpaceX does. Now, the shuttle did not use densified propellants, but the LOX tank is a lot smaller than that hydrogen tank, and LOX is a lot heavier than liquid oxygen in the same amount of volume, would end up being a lot more mass than hydrogen in the same volume. So, even though the hydrogen tank is like 4 or 5 times bigger than the LOX tank, the center of mass stays right here because of differential fuel pressure. The hydrogen is stored at a much lower pressure than the oxygen. So because you can get more oxygen in here, he said moron, you can get more oxygen in here, and, the proportionate amount of hydrogen for the 3 engines in here, the front ends up being a lot more dense. You have a lot more density on the front of the external tank, so the center of mass stays right on that crossbar right there. Black hole Milky Way. Yeah, the donut. See what I'm talking about, Hooded? Now, we can't store things in Kerbal at differential fuel pressure. That is impossible. We don't have fuel density. We can't use densified propellants unless we clip 2 fuel tanks into each other. I didn't want to do that with my shuttle. I didn't want to do that. So what was my solution? Put more fuel at the front of the tank. Put the front of the tank inside of a fairing and put more fuel in the front. Bingo. That's it. And have my fuel drain, the fuel that's feeding the shuttle engines, have it start draining from these tanks first. These tanks are segmented, and if you notice the flow priority 2 and 3. So it's going to drain from these tanks first, and then drain from these tanks last. That mimics our fuel density problem. Or it mimics not the fuel density problem, it mimics real life physics. Couple that with the fact that fuel is being drained from these side nacelles here inside of my external tank to the SRBs makes it so the center of gravity of my external tank with its propellants really never moves from around here. That's what this file is for. That's what I made this file for. We tested this over and over and over again. So like I would drain the fuel and I would stop the engines like 30 seconds in. And I would jettison the external tank, and it would fall down on the runway, and I would literally see where the center of mass is, and I would mark it. This took me 3 months to engineer the stupid external tank. It took me 3 months. I'm not kidding. Long time. Hey, demo. PY's like, we know. We know. Yeah. It took me 3 months to do it. because I had to get that drain correct. And then finally, after a complete redesign, we have this tank design, and that tank design works. The fuel densities are very accurate. It drains, the last tank to drain is up here. And I still have some, that's from testing. This being halved out like that. So when all that balancing and all that physics comes together, you get a nice clean separation like that. Blink. Yeah, demo, I ended up marking it with I-beams or something. Nowadays, we'd do a spreadsheet or something. But Hooded, you have to understand this. That's important to figure out. Getting differential fuel inside of your external tank. That's really, 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 really important. Because if you don't, you're going to separate your shuttle from your SRBs and the thing's going to spin out of control. That's the problem that everybody has. And also, your gimbals here aren't designed for compensating. That's another important thing. The gimbals on the shuttle here are not designed to compensate for your center of mass and center of thrust being offset because you didn't get your fuel density right. These engines are designed to compensate for differential payload mass. So if you separate and you're using some gimbal to compensate for the fact that you didn't get this exactly right, that means some of the gimbal power of these is being used on getting the vehicle to just steer straight. Okay? When you launch the shuttle, when you launch your shuttle with no payload in it, these things during separation should not move. They should just stay in the same direction, and then they should be used like a gimbal is actually used on a rocket to steer the thing into space, right? If it doesn't, then your gimbals are being used for something other than what they're intended to be used for on the shuttle. That's important to understand. So because liquid oxygen is stored at a higher pressure, they can fit the same amount into a smaller space than hydrogen. Bingo. That gets, Ryan, that makes it so the tank's center of mass stays right here. Throughout the entire ascent. The shuttle external tank COM is right there. And it's no coincidence that it's exactly lined up with the SRB hold down points. The forward the forward SRB attachment points. That's not a coincidence. This is the strongest part of the space shuttle because without the inner tank, the shuttle literally would curdle. It would just fall apart. This is the strongest part of the design. That's the design that's carrying the most amount of load. The shuttle isn't so much, the SRBs aren't so much pushing the entire external tank up. It's pushing the LOX tank. The shuttle has its three main engines that are keeping the shuttle balanced, and the hydrogen tank is being pulled. It's being pulled up. Think about it for a second. This is being carried, okay? This is being pushed, okay? Because the SRBs are primarily applying force up at the top. The back SRB hold down point, which is back here, that's just used to make sure that the SRB is pointed in the right direction. In fact, I hate bringing this up, but one time the aft SRB attachment strut didn't work too well, and it didn't end well. Yeah, well, that's because an O-ring burned through the attachment point, but that's another story. An O-ring failure burned through the attachment point, and the SRB literally did this. Yeah, not good. I'm not showing the footage. Hell no. I can't, I'm not showing that on stream. I can't do it. I'm too much of a wimp. Sorry. So, that's your primary structural carrier. Once again, the shuttle, okay, so like, how do I know that for sure? How can you well, isn't the shuttle pushing like right here? Well, yeah. But do you think it's a good idea to push on the side of a hydrogen tank? The force being applied here is not much. All the force, the main force from lifting that shuttle off of the ground is being applied up here. Because do you really think it's a good idea to push on a hydrogen tank? That doesn't sound smart. Now, don't get me wrong. There are some rockets that do it. But the shuttle, to save mass, wasn't designed to do that. That's how they basically got the external tank to be lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter over time. Now, let's demo, you're way ahead of me again. Now let's fast forward to real life. They said, oh, we could build a shuttle-derived launch vehicle like SLS, like that. It'd be really easy, right? No, it will not be very easy. You have to redesign the entire core stage. Why do you have to redesign the entire core stage? Well, now you're taking load that's supposed to be applied to the side and kind of just pulling up, and now you're pushing the hydrogen tank. You're pushing that hydrogen tank. So the hydrogen tank needs to be infinitely stronger than the external tank. It needs to be way stronger. And that's one of the reasons why SLS took a little bit of time. They needed to redesign the external tank. You can't just make the ET. You can't just put the ET on there and use an external tank design and put it on there and put the engine section underneath it. It would crush it. It would literally crush the entire tank. That is the reason why they ended up taking hydrogen tanks, putting them on the test stand at Marshall a couple years ago, and crushing them. Because you're putting the load that was being applied to the side to push the shuttle up. Now that's pushing the entire vehicle up. So now your core stage is under a lot more pressure. It's under a lot more compressive forces here. And that's why that's why it all needed to be redesigned when they went to build this thing. Why did the O-ring fail? It's too cold. Clayton, they weren't designed to work in the cold. You know good and well with a hydraulic system, when stuff gets cold, O-rings fail, and then you have a hydraulic leak, and that's game over. Well, this is with explosives. They had to completely redesign the hydrogen tank. It needed to be redesigned. The inner tank and the LOX tank are pretty much the same. Instead of a point, it's just goes up. But what they needed to do with the external tank was come up with a milled aluminum iso grid and then friction stir weld it together. Not exactly an easy thing to do. That's really difficult. And remember, we're talking about loads here that are nowhere near anything that flies. Starship will only be something similar. Actually, Starship will be more load than it'll be more compressive force because it has like double the thrust that SLS does. But I mean, Starship. Thinking about this, Starship is ridiculous. That shows you the strength difference between aluminum and stainless. You know, Starship has stainless steel internal stringers that are welded to the inside, right? But Starship can stand up. It can stand up by itself. Now, don't get me wrong, the SLS core stage could probably do that as well. But aluminum needs to be a lot thicker and it needs to be a lot more rigid because aluminum is not as strong as steel. It's almost as strong as steel. I'm trying to find a good picture. So yeah, they had to completely redesign this whole thing. It had to be completely redesigned. Because basically structure. Like the external tank is designed to pull that hydrogen tank up. SLS is pushing the hydrogen tank. So you really needed to make it stronger. And that's when they came into like vertical friction stir welding and milled isogrids, etc., etc. It's actually really cool stuff. Yeah, Ryan, that tends to be the case. Speaking of our favorite management disaster, have you seen this picture? I don't know what I'm necessarily looking at here. I think I know what I'm looking at, demo, but I'm not showing that on stream. We can just look at this instead. Yeah. So, hooded, if I can simplify good enough, yeah, basically control your center of mass in a way by using that cascaded fuel system. Yeah. Yeah, Cammy. They accepted the offer, dude. So we're in the current KSP architecture. Well, I went on a little thing about shuttles because anytime somebody asks me about shuttles, I can't explain it in 5 words. Forgive me, it's almost like rocket engineering is complicated or something. The offer was accepted, Miles and Kemi, but I don't want to talk about it too much The reason I don't want to talk about it too much is because we haven't closed yet. When we close, that's when I'll pop the champagne. You know what I mean? Why not just build SLS for mission mode? Integration would be difficult, Ryan. I thought about it, and I considered using the shuttle and SLS as my 2 lifters. I thought about it. But that doesn't really meet with stakeholder expectations. Basically, I want to keep the vehicle simple, and part of my expectations for this launch vehicle is that A, it'll be easy to integrate, B, we can launch it a lot. Building a shuttle stack does take time. Now, with that being said, I may or may not, a little while ago, back in 2019, gone and did the engineering out anyway, just to see if we could. I designed this with help from somebody that works on SLS. And they helped me design the aft engine section and everything and get the spacing and the thrust correct. I'm using the same segmented design, and my external tank is using the same structural design. Just only extended, just like the real one. And this one is stronger, just like the real one, because we're pushing up stuff instead of pulling it. And I designed SLS with the EUS to start anyway, because frick you. At Mana, yeah, we'll probably do that, but like I said, man, I'm gonna be the way this is looking is this is the house that we want, so we're gonna stretch and this is taking into account any surprises. We're gonna be stretched pretty dang thin. If there's no surprises, we should be okay. But I took that into account, you know. But Paper City. But yeah, so I might not have the money for a freaking PO box. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But if not, we'll figure out other ways. So I thought about putting this thing together and using the shuttle at the same time. So Orion is missing. I didn't want Orion. I think this is the version of SLS that's actually going to be useful. Would the integration for an Ares 5 style lifter be different than SLS and KSP? Ares 5? Not really, Novus. I mean, once again, we're jiving with the hierarchy. It's a hierarchy problem. It's not that the physics in KSP can't understand putting the vehicle together. It's hierarchy. KSP can't have 2 attachment points to the pad and then hang the external tank, right? And then attach SRBs to external tank, right? And have the external tank be... Can't be that easy. No, that's not gonna work. Ares 5 is a chonker of a launch vehicle, Ryan, but yeah. Paper City, thanks for the bits, dude. Okay, so fellas, Novus, I can do it. I'm pretty sure I can do it, but we'd have to reverse the hierarchical flow on the SRBs. No, I'm not making up words. I swear, I'm not making up words. Let me explain. Okay, so KSP is a hierarchy of parts. All right, KSP hierarchy. It's parts. The first part that you place down in the SPH right here is called your root. That's the root part. I explained KSP hierarchy basically like a tree. Okay, this is a terribly drawn tree. Just bear with me. You have the roots, and then you have the stump, and then you have your lines, right? And then it branches out. Now, think about it like this. I'm sure in nature somewhere this occurs for whatever reason. But if you have a tree and you have your stump, right, it's very rare that 2 branches will go off and then reconnect. right? It does happen. I've seen it happen. You know, trees that grow around like a telephone pole or something, right? It's very rare that the wood goes, the branches in the tree like grows out and around things. That doesn't occur in nature. It only occurs if we've screwed with the tree in some way, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, it probably does occur in nature, but you get the idea. For the most part, the branches don't connect back in. The branches go out and they get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, and then there's leaves at the end of the branches. Okay? So, KSP, this is your root part, right? And then, say it's a capsule, right? So what do? You attach a fuel tank to your capsule, right? That's not a circle. And then you attach a rocket engine to that. And then you attach a decoupler to that. And then you attach another stage fuel tank there. And then another fuel tank. And then a first stage engine. So you got... That's basically the hierarchy for Kerbal 10 or the Kerbal X launch vehicle. It's basically that, right? And then if you want side boosters, you attach them to the sides of your tank like this, and then there's engines attached to that. Long story short, the branches can't do this. They can't reconnect. You can't reconnect it back in. There is another solution. Just like if you're, I don't know, gardening, for instance. If you're gardening, sometimes you tie branches together with some string. What's your string in KSP? Anybody know? Struts. Bingo. Struts are the things that hold stuff together. More boosters, more struts. Right, that's behind my head. More boosters, more struts to hold everything together. More struts to hold stuff together. Right? Okay, so because you can't make a loop like this, right? Because you can't make a loop like that, that makes putting a shuttle stack together in KSP a little bit on the difficult side. So, I'll condense this down. I'll try to condense this down pretty basic, right? So let's, you know, when we get that shop, I'm just going to set up a freaking whiteboard and I'll just draw on the damn whiteboard. I'll just draw on the dang whiteboard and then have a big screen with chat on it. We'll just go full classroom on this. So, you have how the shuttle actually gets thrown together in real life, or even SLS. SLS is integrated in almost the exact same way, barring a few different things. So how the shuttle goes together is the SRBs, just like SLS, are stacked first. I have a picture of it in here somewhere. See? The SRBs are stacked first. You stack 4 of them. And then you hang that external tank on the SRBs. Remember, that external tank is hanging because the hydrogen tank is hanging on your SRBs. That's what that big strut is there for. That holds the ET together. See that? That's what it looks like inside of the external tank, inside of the inner tank. There's basically a gigantic monster freaking aluminum strut that attaches to the hold down points that holds the SRBs in place and keeps them true. It looks exactly like that. In fact, that is just an external tank strut that's just minus the external tank. Now, I know what people are going to ask on a quick side note. Why are they moving SRBs out with no external tank or shuttle? They would do this if they needed to shift integration from one high bay to the other. So they would use one crawler to pull the SRBs all the way out here, and then drive the other crawler with the other mobile launcher in, and then move this to another high bay. They would, for whatever reason, if they needed to switch integration from high bay 1 to high bay 3, they could. Last, okay? Make the ET mountable in the engine section and then use the engine section as the build plate for the rest of the vehicle. Obviously, remove the engines from the engine section for the shuttle launches. This would let you do smart. Okay? I gotta head out for a while. Have a good stream. Okay. Thanks, Novus. So then, they'd hang the external tank, and then they'd hang the shuttle on the side. They'd use a series of complicated brackets to take that shuttle that's sitting in the VAB on the transporter, right? and then they'd pick it up and basically hang it on the side of the external tank. That's one of the SRB hold down points. The SRB has a pin that comes out the side. There's just a little pin. That's it. I say little pin. The pin is probably about this big. Like, don't get me wrong. You don't. It's hard to understand the scale here, but that pin is gigantic. There they are. See, the SRB has a little thing that comes out, and then there's a pin right there. That pin houses the explosive bolt and frangible nut that allows the SRBs, when they tailed off in thrust, to just slip out of the pin and then go out. It slips out of the pin and then goes that way. That gets the SRBs, when they separate, that makes them go backwards instead of out. That's why the SRBs, when the shuttle separates, they go kind of like this, and they don't like flip around all over the place, because they're basically designed to stay like that. They don't need to flip around. You don't want them to flip around too much, because they could hit the shuttle. Back into the left. So, when they picked up the external tank, they picked this bracket up from the side, believe it or not, because you can't pick it up by the pinhole. You got to hang that on the SRB. So see the weird brackets that they used? That down there, that bracket that the other crane is attached to, that's for the shuttle. See that one? These brackets ended up in a junkyard, and then they scrapped them, which pisses me off a little bit, but it's not like that's a lot of engineering or anything, just being thrown down the toilet. Whatever. Whatever, I don't even hate myself right now, it's fine. Let me find the right picture here. So the good news is, just on a side note, that this transport vehicle right here, the one that they used to move the shuttles around, that actually was reused. There's a picture of the shuttle being hanged on the ET. Check that out, huh? It's a pretty good picture. High Bay 1, rip. I'm trying to find, yeah. See, the shuttle transporter that was used to move the space shuttles around. This one that says Bile Brothers on it. That one ended up getting used. I think some battery car company mogul bought it or something. Some Twitter baron or whatever. Does the crawler move at different speeds? Sethron, it can. When it's not carrying a full stack, it can make 2 miles an hour. Or about 5 kilometers an hour. Yeah. It looks like a broomstick. Yeah, they used it to move around as trampolines. See? There's the transporter moving around Enterprise in Vandenberg, California. And there it is 30 years later on the other side of the continent, might I add, moving Falcon 9s around. So the Cometto, SpaceX still uses it. So this is in 1985, that's in 2012, and that's in 2016. Same vehicle. It's been in service for different space programs for over 30 years, which is pretty freaking cool, actually. That's really neat. Just, that's a quick side tangent there. Anyway, so hierarchies. How does that work? So, Kerbal, with its hierarchy, right? We have to stack the SRBs first. So, let's just say our root part is down here on the launch pad. Okay? You have your SRBs. So, we connect, say these are the slot for the SRBs to go into, right? And then we connect the SRBs. So the SRBs are in place, right? Now we got to put the external tank in there, okay? If I go to connect the external tank, I can't make 2 connections. So this connection right here, even though the game will tell me it's docked, that connection is a fake. It's a fake. So if I launch this, say, we put the stack together, I attach the shuttle, right? Right? We attach the shuttle, we go to launch. the shuttle will launch with one SRB, the external tank, and the orbiter, and this SRB will stay attached to the pad. Or it'll just go off by itself. This is what makes shuttle integration difficult. Now, this is where this whole thing was going. Root part. We have vessel docking priority in KSP. That has to do a lot with the hierarchy. I guarantee you, 90% of the Kraken strikes that you encounter when you're playing KSP, 90% at least. I can say that with the utmost confidence because I've blown up a lot of things in KSP. 90% of them is from vessel hierarchy problems. You ever dock two vehicles together on Minmus and then they shoot off into space? Vessel hierarchy problems. Ideally, you want your root part to be on the launch vehicle. Right? Because you want your launch vehicle to be root part. Say you're building a vehicle in KSP. You'd start with the capsule, right? And then you'd start with a fuel tank. And then you'd start with an engine. And then you'd start with a side booster, right? You have two SRBs on the side, right? And then maybe you have another stage down here. You start at the top. Now, I can do this in KSP because there's certain types of vehicles in KSP. There's ships, there's bases, there's stations, there's probes, there's relays, and then there's debris. Each one of these, that looks like probes. The tricoupler is a good example. Bingo, Roro. Each one of these has a priority. Stations, or no, base is the main priority. Whatever you dock, if you dock a ship to a base beats ship. Okay? So base is the king. I love the buttery biscuit base. Stations is number 2. Ships are number 3. Probes are 4. Relay is 5. Rover is in there somewhere too. I forgot Rover. Rover is 6. Debris is 7. When I built Freedom's launch pad, I had to take this into account. The reason why I had to take it into account is because I didn't want to put the entire vehicle together and have the whole thing explode. Yeah, that would be bad. You said crossing the streams was bad. Is plane on the same tier as ship? No, it's not. Here. There's an old... Oh, I spelled hierarchy wrong. Sorry. There's an old thread that was made by Claw, who's... I don't know what Claw's up to. I know this guy, but I haven't talked to him in 5-6 years at least. The hierarchy is in this thread. I'll link this thread if you guys want to read about this. I remember the Minmus base exploded. PY, that's where I learned this. That's where I really learned this the hard way, because it exploded and I abandoned the project because I couldn't figure it out. Here, so the highest priority. Okay, so this is going from lowest to highest. Debris, probe, rover, lander, ship, station, base. I'm not sure where plane comes into this priority here. I think this was before they put the plane icon in the game, to be honest with you. Give me 1 second. Stream latency is like 0 right now. It's not like you're far away, right? So you have debris, probe, rover, lander, ship, station, base. So base, everything docks to a base. But if you have a ship, right? You ideally want your root part. You ideally want your root part when you're building launch pads to be attached to the, or to be near the ground. You want your root part on the ground. You want it as part of the pad. Now, I can fix this. Like, okay, so how we would get around this, okay? How we could get around this faux connection on the left SRB is set my external tank as root part. If we set ET when we go to put the external tank together, if I set this as something that's on a higher vessel priority, right? You set it on a higher vessel priority than the pad, then it would reverse the flow of the hierarchy. So if we set ET as root, right? If we set ET as root, the hierarchy would look like this. I'm kind of out of space, so let's just go over here. So the ET would become the root, and then the connections to the SRBs would not be fake. Actually, no, it still would be fake. It still would be, because it would just route around. Yeah, that wouldn't fix the problem, now that I'm thinking about it. You can't fake the connection. Once the connection is faked, like basically the hierarchy goes around like that, it won't fake it. The only way that we could do this is if we had the SRBs docked into position, and then we canceled this connection right here, and then it would snap that connection right there. Snap that connection. That's a snap dock. You're reversing the flow of the hierarchy of the SRB from down to up, meaning the SRB's root part goes from being right here where you attached it to right here where it's attached to the external tank. I will tell you this right now. Reversing the hierarchical flow, so changing root part from one to the other, in the SPH it's not that big of a deal. But even in the SPH, it does do kooky things. Reversing it when you're outside of the SPH by docking two vehicles together causes stuff to explode. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ask me how I know. Don't ask, please. I blew up many a launch pads trying to figure that out. When you separate from the pad, it'll become real, right? If we sequence it right, Banana Time, there's a potential for that to happen. We separate the SRBs, and then this latch it'll snap dock. We undock one, it'll snap dock to the other. And some of the time, when you snap dock two things together, you know, if you undock one and dock the other real quick, it usually turns your engines off on your spacecraft. If you have a craft that's throttled, that the engine is throttled, and you connect it to another thing, that has vessel priority. So like, you ever attached a vehicle to a base with the rocket engine firing and it docks, like a probe to a station, and it docks and the engine shuts off? That's most likely what will happen. So that means the shuttle will just be wiggling around on the pad and fall over. Also, you snap docked something. Undoing one port, reversing the hierarchy on an SRB and docking it somewhere else is a really good way to get a Kraken strike. The game does not like doing that, because it's pausing physics, switching the hierarchy, unpausing physics, switching the hierarchy again, because it's docking up here, pausing physics, and then going. Because you get that pause physics, unpause, pause physics, unpause, pause physics, unpause, Kerbal just doesn't understand what's going on. It likes to blow things up. I'll look it up if you want, but I saw a mod that deals with the snap stuff massively by slowing the game down until it locks it in. Yeah, Ocelot, maybe, I don't know. But this is the big problem, and this right here is the main reason why I never pursued the shuttle, or I wrote off pursuing the shuttle like a month ago for Mission Mode 2. Don't get me wrong, we could do it. I could do it. I could figure out a way to do it. We even did out a craft file to kind of show it. Maybe this is a stupid question, but instead of trying to figure out how to do this the real way, why don't you first try building it by mounting the external tank first and making the changes from there? Because teaching and learning. Well, demo. Okay, so observe. That was our idea. The idea was mount the ET first. That's what these docking ports are for. See that? We could always mount ET first. It's doable. But the dynamics of the vehicle could change. Neo, could you get rid of docking ports and make Kraken cradles on the SRBs that work like the real thing? That, I have a test file here, and you guys have seen it. I used it about a month ago, and we just kind of figured that this was too hard to do. It's the scale. I made a small kind of version to kind of screw around with this in my head here. At least it would get you going. Yeah. So the hold down points demo that we came up with, we're putting it on the axial line of the external tank with the SRBs. Now, there is a problem here, and I ran into this problem. Let me go back over here. I like being over here. There's a problem, like putting the external tank hold down points like here, or wherever. There's a little bit of an issue. It's not, and we determined at the time, and I think you may have been here for this, we determined at the time that this isn't an insurmountable thing. Okay? When we made this whole thing, right? I wanted a pad that could launch SLS, or the whole idea is that you could launch SLS or the shuttle, okay? These hold down points are needed to get the shuttle to thwang correctly on the pad, and then go. Because if you don't do that, if you don't get that, if the shuttle isn't allowed to do that thwang maneuver, right, you could break something. It's unlikely to happen in Kerbal, but we don't know that for sure. But that thwang allows the shuttle to come back in alignment and then launch, right? You need to do it because if you fire these engines up, if that force, if the SRBs don't pivot and dampen out the force when the shuttle launches, that force is going to go somewhere else. So demo, the first thing was, I don't know where that force is going to go. If we change the hold down points to the external tank, I don't know where that force is going to get applied to. And that could make it so when we try to lift off from the pad, the thing could lean too much in one direction. It could hit a TSM. Not that we need TSMs, but you get the idea. Basically, the SRBs something weird could go wrong. Now, that's not a reason to say like, oh, don't do it, right? Obviously, it's no problem. We could still make that happen. Shouldn't be that big of a deal. But how do I get these hold down points to work with the? How do I get them to work with SLS now? The hold down points are straight up in the way. They're straight in the way of where the engine section would be. That's where I stopped working on this before. So have you made the designs for new rockets for mission mode? I have a concept, yeah. Hey Nazalik, what's going on? So I just about crapped my pants. I got a weather alert, looked at the notification, and said supermassive black hole, so I tapped on it. It's an article that, oh. Nice. So we figured out that the thwang thing would cause problems because I did test this. I tested this pad separating before. We used this craft file to do it. So demo, the idea, and once again, we've already kind of thought of this. This is what we started to go down. We started to go down this path, and then demo, believe it or not, I believe the reason why we abandoned this idea and why I stopped working on the shuttle in general, because I was going to build that. That's what we were going to do, SLS in the shuttle, and I was going to use them in, this is pre-mission mode, but I was going to use them in career mode combined. I was going to use the shuttle or the SLS, and you could build them. See where the docking ports are in the ET? That's where I wanted it held down, because that'll work for these offset ports, offset 5 degrees off the axial line or the longitudinal line of the stack. those ones would work. They would work with SLS, and they would work with the shuttle. They could work with either one. So the other solution here is, somebody already said it in chat. The other solution here is to not dock the SRBs, but to literally just hold them in place. And I'm not sure that that's that good. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. See last. Okay. Yeah, you linked this already, and I clicked on it. It's a black hole. It looks like the other black hole that they imaged. It's great. That's our galaxy. It's really cool. Yeah, that's cool. I'm not trying to undermine it. That's pretty neat. I dig it. I dig it. Starting to image black holes. That's pretty dope. It looks like a donut, though. I like donuts. Now I'm hungry. Damn you, W. Why are you doing that? So the only other solution would be to hold the SRBs in place, and I'm not exactly sure how we're going to do that. I'm out of coffee. Hey, Goose. How you doing? Now, this is ridiculous, right? But also, I just want to point out how awesome that actually looks. Isn't that cool? It's pretty sweet. Chopsticks? I question the safety and consistency of free mounting them like that. Ultimately, a docking method would be safer and more consistent if you cannot get it to snap dock. Precisely. I agree with you. Now, demo. Here's the other thing. Another thing to consider. You dock ET first. But whatever mechanism we use to hold that external tank or SLS core stage in place, whatever method we use, is going to really, really, really need to be precise. I'm talking less than 1/10 of a degree. It has to be that precise. Because if the external tank is even tipped a little bit, you're not going to be able to dock the shuttle correctly to it. We have to figure out a way to hang that external tank and have it be perfectly plumb with gravity every freaking time. Like, more accurate than the Freedom rockets that we were using before. It has to be more accurate than that. If it's not, and we make holder docking ports down here, and then some hybrid tech down here to hold the SRBs in position. If we go to line up the SRBs and the external tank is crooked, the SRBs are going to be crooked. And then, this is where this gets really spicy. The orbiting vehicle, the shuttle has to be root. The shuttle has to be on a higher docking priority than the pad. Why? Why is that? If it's not, when we go to launch the shuttle and we separate it, it will default control to the pad and not the rocket. I don't think I need to tell you why that's probably something we should consider, right? If we don't get that ET right and we go to dock the shuttle and the shuttle is hanging plumb with gravity and we get it close enough and it snap docks, it's going to snap dock the entire pad to the space shuttle crooked. And if the pad is down here, right, and we snap dock it and the external tank is crooked, so the pad is flat, external tank's crooked, and we dock it to the shuttle, the whole pad will do this. The whole pad will tilt, and some of the pad will clip into the ground. If the pad clips into the ground even a little bit, Kraken strike. Instant Kraken strike. That's what happened on Minmus. That was the problem that we were dealing with on Minmus. I didn't get my vessel hierarchy right, and I was setting the Grissoms as a base, and then I was setting the refueling depot, right? We were setting the refueling depot as a station. And when we went to dock base to a station, if the Grissom wasn't perfectly lined up, and it never was because we were on landing gear and it was bouncing around because landing gear in this game, right? It would dock it, and then part of the refueling depot would clip into the ground on Minmus, and then couple that with Minmus's crap gravity, it would just shoot off into space, right? Large docking ports. Large docking ports are imprecise, Grumpy. That's why I don't use them. I never use them. Ian, what's this? Tom Mueller, the Savage. What's that? That's pretty good. Should be able to leave the ET its route during launch and swap to the shuttle on ET separation. We could do that, granted. That's doable. But now we have the same problem with the ET. We just took that problem and switched it from the space shuttle to the external tank instead. See what I mean? Now the external tank really has to be aligned. Whatever system we make has to be perfect. It has to be as accurate as the Freedom launch pad. If it's not, it'll just blow up the pad whenever we dock the external tank. Last. Hypothetically, you should be able to turn off auto strut, then time warp, and it would realign with the node. I've done that a few times. Oh yeah, if we get it to dock correctly, demo. Sure, if I get it to dock correctly, yeah, it'll be fine. Getting it to dock correctly is the hard part. That's the really difficult part. And if reversing the hierarchical patterns on vehicles, like rerouting vehicles outside of the SPH or the VAB, is a big problem, rerouting vehicles with auto strut is a very big problem. That is really, that's no good. You really don't want to do that. Solar payoff turned out to be only 16K. Nice. The sun is getting more active as it enters solar maximum. Word. That's cool. Wait, are we abandoning the architecture you're working on the past couple of weeks? No. No, Blue, I'm not. Absolutely not. I like the MLV. I think the MLV is a great design, and I think that's good for rapid reuse. But once again, I'm kind of going through the motions of what we talked about a little while ago, because the shuttle came up again. And I'm just taking another opportunity to go and explain it in case anybody missed it the first time. There is a way to put this together. However, something that I'm very, very, very much learning about engineering, and I always say that engineering is about application, right? It is. But that's half the battle, okay? That's half the battle. Now, what does that mean? And I remember what I always say, what are you trying to do? That's half of it. What are you trying to do? So what am I trying to do? Well, I'm trying to make something that integrates quickly. Right? We need to be able to put something together in less than 45 minutes. Even taking into account something going wrong and I have to like take the vehicle apart or anything, it should still be maybe an hour maximum. That is a stakeholder expectation for me. So the constructs of what I'm trying to tell you is that what you're trying to do is only half the battle. The constructs of your engineering entirely depend on what you are trying to do. That entirely depends. So, and that's what denotes your engineering construct. There is no one overarching rule about different types of engineering. Like, every vehicle that comes down and vertically lands needs to have some type of landing leg. Right? Every vehicle, every first stage that comes down and lands, if it's vertically landing, it needs a landing leg. Well, you could say that, but also this exists. You know what I mean? It depends on what you're trying to do. That's your stakeholder expectation. It really depends. Would it be easier to align if we integrated it horizontally than used an erector system as opposed to vertical integration on the pad? So it's possible. It's possible. I can explain again. So honestly, I want this vehicle to work. The MLV that we're working on. I haven't really come up with a good name for it yet. But the MLV is this, dude. If we can figure out a good landing leg design for this, and we use that hybrid tech solution that I'm talking about, this thing should be cherry. It should be very, 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 very good. Engineering the landing legs to work how I want them to, and in this case, I want them to work very similar to Falcon 9. Engineering the kind of motions of that, how it works, how the strut folds out, crush cores, etc., that'll probably take me a couple of weeks of playing Kerbal every day. Which I don't know why, dudes. Getting approved or not closing on the house. having our offer accepted on that house kind of galvanized me again. Now I want to play Kerbal. I want to play KSP. It's like, you know, that house is, for whatever reason, giving me a big, like, jump. I wasn't, if you talked to me a week ago, I'd be like, yeah, I kind of want to play other things right now. No, I don't know what it is. I just want to get in here and engineer things. And I want to get it right. Oh, but wait, did you get it? Our offer got accepted, dudes. Yeah, offer got accepted. This is the house with the garage that's the size of the house attached to it. The garage is like almost 1,000 square feet. 92 square meters for the Europeans and everybody else. What Brimo and I just scored is at the top of our price range. But we scored a house that is everything that we want, and it's moving ready. HPB! Buying a house really kickstarts your brain. JR and I bought in October. Hey, that's cool, HPB. Why didn't you tell me? Or maybe you did. Did you? You did tell me that. You did tell me that. Scratch that. So you bought a garage that has a house attached to it. Yeah, Julie. And the thing is, like, Brimo would not go for a garage with a house attached to it if the house was a piece of junk. I've looked at houses. We've looked at houses in the past that have had like lifts in them, that have had really awesome garages, but the house was crap. The house needed 150 G's worth of work. This house that, you know, once again, we haven't scored it yet. We have to close. You have to get all the contracts figured out. You have to sign all the paperwork. They've accepted our offer, which is a very big step in the right direction. Okay? If we close, like, that would be awesome. But this house, like, if the house was junk, Primo, and it had a really nice garage, I would get nixed. Primo would say hell no. But the house is really, 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 really nice. The reason why we got it for a pretty decent price. Once again, that price was at the very, very up end of our price range. But the reason why we got it is because the family that lives there, their circumstances change and they have to move out of state. They have to move out of state, and that's, you know, so they had to get rid of this house quick, and they had to relocate. But up until that, the family that lives there right now needed, up until very recently when their plans changed, because life changes. Sometimes you just have to pack up all your stuff and leave. That happens, right? When that happens, you know, you got to get rid of the house quick. But up until this point, this was this guy's forever house. This was this family's forever. They wanted to live there forever, so they put in tons of equity into this house. Like, the lot is graded. Now, it's an older house. An older house having a graded lot is amazing. It's really nice. The front yard is all graded. Backyard, not so much. But the front yard is graded, and it's got a nice driveway. This was this guy's forever house. Like, this is what he wanted to do. He wanted to expand it. He wanted to, you know, he built the garage there, and he operates his business. He's a plumber. He operates a business out of his garage. And this was his forever house. That's why he put so much money into it, and now they have to leave. So that, you know, so we got it for a really freaking good price. The house is sweet. It's really good. Washer, dryer. I mean, amongst other things. Washer, dryer. We got gas heat. Hook up for a gas range. It has an electric range in it right now, but it's got central air conditioning. It's got gas heaters. It's not well water. It's on town water or city water. It does have a septic tank because I don't think there's any town sewer. But dude, this thing has an on-demand water heater, a brand new one. The garage was built 2 years ago. The family moved into this house 4 years ago. They moved there in 2018. I looked at the listing on the house. So they moved there in 2018. It's got everything, dude. The garage is attached. It's a steel outer structure with an aluminum inner structure. It's got an office in the back. It's insulated. It's got power run to it. Yeah, the guy needed to get rid of it because he had to move out of state. So this house, the point that I'm trying to get at is this house is livable. It's totally livable. You don't need to do anything. So that's why we paid we offered a little bit like at the top end of our price range because we don't need to do anything. It's moving ready. Yeah, of course they turned a good profit because the market do be like that, but... Admiral, the garage has 15-foot ceilings. And it's 1,000 square feet. I could fit 2 lifts in there. And the garage has an office in the back. Yeah, like I said, the guy was running his plumbing business out of this garage. So he had all of his plumbing stuff in the garage, and he parked his plumbing van in there, a big old freaking plumbing van. And then there's an office behind it, and that's where he ran his business out of. Congratulations on the new place. We haven't closed on it yet, Maverick, but thank you. Tip for septic tank living: do not put stuff in the garbage disposal. Yeah, guys, how would you like it if for after hours one time, say we finish Space News and say I'm like, I don't know, what do you guys feel like rebuilding a hub on the truck today? And I just pull the chroma screen back and the cars are right there. Yeah, Synerd. It's a freaking dream, dude. It's a freaking dream, man. Now, the thing is that I'm not going to be able to do anything nuts with the trucks for a little bit because the down payment is going to wipe us out, but we wipe out our savings, but that's why we've been saving. You should never keep a lot in your savings. I mean, don't get me wrong, everybody's economic circumstances are different. Brimo and I were saving for a down payment. That's what we were saving. We were saving for a down payment and a wedding, and the wedding is next year, so it kind of does put into question. But basically, long story short, I'm going to have to work. I'm going to have to work a lot over the next year. That's okay. That's fine. I've done it before. I'll do it again. You need a mobile camera setup. Preemptive congratulations. Yep. We're going to grind it out. Might be worth looking at that 3-year ARM, then refinance when the rates come down. Who gonna watch the baby? Baby. 2020 levels of streaming incoming? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we're not going to go back to 17-hour COVID streams, fellas, but if we close on this house, I'll tell you what I am going to do. I'm like I'll wake up at like 9. We'll wrench for a couple hours on the truck, on the 59, on the 97, on the Coronet. We wrench on it every day. Just clean stuff, take apart stuff, restore stuff, fix stuff, right? Just keep putting equity into the cars, right? And the house too, right? And we could do that until noontime. I could take a break, and then I just literally walk to the back of my damn shop in the office, and dude, if we did this right, it would be literally simple as just switching a monitor. Just switch the scene in OBS, boom, put on a video, go eat lunch, come back, play a game, play Space News, and then after hours if I want to. Yeah, Ender, it's central Massachusetts, yeah. Do you have an idea when you'll close? Should be by the end of this month. I'll keep you guys in the loop, don't worry. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that at all. The reason, and that's what I was doing during the quarantine streams, the reason why that got old real quick is because I was working on the truck in the morning on the other side of town at my parents' house, and it took me freaking 45 minutes to get home. And then, you drive home and you're like, okay, time to stream. And because I would always get stuck in traffic, I ended up being late. We'd come home, do the regular stream, do Space News, play games. If all those 3 things are next to each other, working on the cars could be as simple as changing the game directory with this house. That's my plan. Like I said, Brimo wouldn't have let me buy this if the house was junk, but we did buy this with the expectation that I would be putting a lot of equity into the stream on top of the house with the cars and everything. I was joking, dude. Don't stream as much as 2020. Blue, you were. I wasn't. Man, if this goes through, I'm going to have a mortgage. I got to work. How's the kitchen? The kitchen is bigger than our freaking broom closet of a kitchen. Gardening streams? I don't know, maybe. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about with stream design. Like, I want like a retractable screen, right? Like, I'll be sitting like this, green screen. We'll hit a button. I'll put some automation in. We'll retract the screen. The green screen will go up, and the truck, the 59 and the 97 would be right behind me. or the Coronet or the Mustang. And get this. This has enough to put 2 lifts next to each other. If I get 2 4-post lifts, right? I could put all my cars in the shop. All my cars could be inside. There's a company that I know of that makes really, really nice lifts. They're called Wildfires. I could fit 2 of these in that garage. See these gray ones right here? And I could literally have the trucks underneath and the Mustang and the Coronet up there. And they are portable. You can move them around. Yeah. We could see this over here. The garage is about maybe half the size of the building that you see in the screen here. So it's like right here. And then it goes this way, probably to about like right here. That's how big the usable space is in that garage. Like I said, the guy was parking his big old plumbing van in there, and the plumbing van was as big as that Super Duty right there. So the front of the Super Duty to the back is about the length of the garage. There's shelves all in the garage where the guy was storing all of his plumbing stock and stuff. Trust me, dude. I could get 2 of these Wildfires, and we could have lifts. No problem. 2 of them. I could store all my cars inside. Can you imagine flipping the green screen up and I have all my cars like right behind me? I don't even need to put the streaming station in the office. I could just put it in the main shop. And the shop's insulated, so the acoustics in there are fine. It doesn't echo. There's insulation. It's an insulated building. Garage built plain? Let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. Why even have a green screen? I don't know. Just hit me up if you need custom software to up the quality of the stream. I know, Drummer. Drummer, the other thing is that it's a three-bedroom house. You know, we're gonna have a guest room. Like, you know, maybe you need to work remote for a little while. I know you're not remote, but maybe you do. Maybe, hey guys, I need to work remote for a little bit. Maybe you need to come help me install the hardware. Like I said, man, it's a freaking dream. Dude, we talked about building a garage like this. We talked about building a garage like this like 2 or 3 months ago, and it was a pipe dream. Like, I was like, yeah, that's never gonna happen. And then it did. And I'm still like, huh? Wait, how much are these Wildfire lifts, just off the top of my head? $5 Gs. Oh. Yeah, we're gonna be using jack stands for a little while. Dude, that's the room for the baby. And man, 3-bedroom, furnished basement. We have guest rooms. If you have an RTX card with an NVIDIA Studio, you don't need a green screen. I don't have an RTX card. And to be 100% honest with you, I'd really prefer to buy a lift over a graphics card. Because I know they're not exactly the same price, but they're almost the same price. Anyway, let's get back to Kerbal. So, oh geez, now we're gonna have a Muppet on stream. Yep. At least you have space for an actual drum kit. Oh yeah, drummer. Yeah, we could set up the drum kit. We could set up the drum kit in the office if the streaming setup's in the main garage. Guitars, everything. And once again, insulated. Put up some sound deadening in that sucker. Recording room. You could play it at night. You could play, yeah, I could play the drums in the middle of the night and it wouldn't be loud, yeah. We can wrench on cars in the middle of the night and it really does not matter. I prefer 2-post lifts myself. Yeah, of course, Signer. Yeah, me too, honestly, but yeah. And this is far away. It's not like I live 5 feet away from the neighbors like I do now. There's literally a house about 10 feet out that window right there. Yeah, like if I open the door, it's just another window. Like, I live in the city. Now, don't get me wrong. We didn't move completely out into the sticks. If I open the window, instead of the house being like 20 feet away, it's going to be 100 feet away. That's fine. Good enough. Well, I'm here. Where's that boy Swagger? Hey, Pythos. Hey, Pythos. Hey, Pythos. Pythos. Quick subject change, guys, just because Pythos here. Matt has... Matt found a ghost the other day. Enough space for a dog? Easily. Bite those. These pictures were taken a couple of days ago. Get that TR off my plane. Oh, Conan. Right. I know. It's pretty awesome, Ando. I can't believe this freaking actually happened. Wait, they still fly those? Yeah, that's why this is a big deal. Send it to... PY, we tried sending one of those to the Balkans before. We tried sending one of those to that part of the world before, and it didn't end well. Yeah, how about we don't do that? F-117 is used to train for fighting against cruise missiles. Word. Yeah. We don't need to do that. How about we don't do that? Yeah, that's not a good idea. Yeah, we tried that already 20 years ago. It was, yeah, you just... I just, you know, we could just fly it around. That's fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, so... And also, that's not a fighter plane. I mean, it's very low resolution. That's not a fighter plane. The F-117 is a bomber, believe it or not. It's... That thing, yeah, if it gets a SAM up its tail, it's not going to end well. We know because it didn't. It's a bomber. It's not a fighter. Not a lot of people know that. That's not a fighter plane. That thing sucks at dogfighting. I mean, look at it. It's not exactly aerodynamic. Anyway, yeah. It doesn't have countermeasures? Oh, it has countermeasures, but that clearly didn't work. Clearly didn't work too well. It's low res, Dead Crew, low res. But that was the idea. So that stemmed from a Skunkworks project called Half Blue. Half Blue, they came up with the idea, basically if they make the thing geometric, it has a smaller radar signature. Yeah, interesting, right? Because if you're bouncing radar off of it, it deflects the radar signal. That, and it's painted with something called RAM, which is called radar absorbent material. Still don't know what that's made out of, but it's made out of RAM. Yeah, probably fishy. Anyway, let's get back to KSP. And it lost to this awful thing that shouldn't exist. Oh, there's Tacit Blue. Yeah, Tacit Blue is... Mark Felton use? Yeah, Mark Felton is... Cherry, dude. What a treasure that channel is, dude. I've learned so much from that. Did you see his video about the Fritz the other day? Ridiculous, man. They're still finding those things. It's made of DDR5 RAM sticks. Oh, no wonder it was so expensive. Any update on the house? Imperator, the offer got accepted. Offer was accepted, man. We got to close, but yeah. Did you see the new T7 jet trainer? They got an Aces 5. I've seen it, Pythos. Yeah. Where have you been, dude? Everything okay? You stole my joke! No, I read what you said and then said it myself, Demo, yeah. You're right. It's a good joke, man. I didn't steal it, I appropriated it. Okay, differences. That's the same thing! No. I worked on the Aces 2. The Aces 5 is an improvement on the Aces 2, and it can be taken apart in 3 pieces, ease of maintenance. Word. You had to bury some crypto, bros? I don't know what that means. Yeah, I don't know what that means. But okay. What are you doing about the plumbing on the engine on the outside? Well, we're going to have equipment down here in nuclear. So first of all, it's not part of the hitbox. We don't need to worry about those affecting aerodynamics. They could just stay there like that. But I'm going to have hold down points and landing legs and stuff down here. And that should fix the problem. It won't look ridiculous. Basically, I showed them the year-to-date totals for cryptos. They lost over 40% of their value. Whoops. Okay, so you know what we're gonna do? We could keep working on the shuttle stuff. Do you guys want to keep developing the MLV, or do we want to work on the shuttle? Like, I could show you the shuttle hierarchy stuff. That's what we were doing, but it's kind of getting a little late into KSP. I would prefer to work on this for the rest of the early hours. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Let's do it. All right. Cool. MLB. You want to play baseball? All right, that was overwhelmingly in this favor. So here's what we're gonna do. I'll start working on the landing leg design for this. So this is the first stage. Save this out. First stage master craft file. Modified. Have we tested it in flight yet? No, I haven't. I don't really want to Hibbit, but I mean, I know it's going to work. I don't want to really do flight tests until we have the entire vehicle design kind of fleshed out. This is still a concept. To think of this like us drawing the blueprints. You don't go and start building something if you don't have the blueprints finalized. And that is how real spacecraft design works. Don't start working on things before you don't have the drawings finished. If you don't have the blueprints and you don't have the right analysis, basically the math that governs why the rocket is the way that it is, because it's the way that it isn't, right? Then yeah, you're not going to learn anything from flying, right? Got to finalize the blueprints. So what we will finalize is the baseline. So first stage landing is mandatory out of the gates for this design. That is my implemented architecture, okay? This needs to be able to deliver 18 tons to low Kerbin orbit, 18, and it needs to be able to land the first stage, RTLS, every time with 18 tons. If we want to eventually down the road maybe try a drone ship or something, I don't know why the frick we would do that. That's just a waste of time, because then I spend like 2 or 3 streams going and getting the thing and bringing it back. Doesn't make any sense. It needs to be able to RTLS, and it needs to be able to move 18 tons into space RTLS with the first stage coming back. So first stage landing is a requisite. Also, it needs to be accurate enough to be able to get back to the pad. I really want to try and aim for a like 5 meter margin of error. Here, this thing has to be like that. If this is going to RTLS, then I have a feeling your first stage to second stage mass ratio is too first stage heavy. Demo, these are Condor 9. I took the figures from Condor 9 for this vehicle. Yeah. And I figured into account extra dry mass with the concept. So these numbers and these TWR figures pretty much represent Condor 9 exactly. You might be right. Once again, we'd have to do the math out. But the burn times, the delta V numbers, vacuum delta V, first stage delta V, first stage TWR, second stage TWR. I'm not sure about dry mass. Dry mass might be a little different, but the delta V is the same, so it should be okay. Burn time seems to be about the same. If you want accuracy, I think you should put new lens strikes on it, plus they look cool. Why don't we just make landing legs out of wings and have that be the wings? Have that be what gives us the cross-range capability? Just a thought. These numbers should be right. Haven't you figured it out yet that we actually want constellation? Yeah, Chief, I figured it out, and I know what you're trying to say, but respectfully, I'm designing the vehicle the way I want. You can want constellation, but I am going to build the vehicles to my specs, and they're going to do what I want them to do. Alright. So this is the first stage master file. I saved it separately, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to set my root part here to the docking port, the attachment port, and then we're going to separate the second stage. And now we just have the first stage by itself. We'll drain the fuel tanks here. Because, yeah, we're going to do, like, leg tests with this thing and whatnot. Okay. The only thing I'm not really too happy with is how complicated I made the engine section. I think we could figure out a way to make that a little bit better. But because this thing is designed to be reused, right? Because that's part of my stakeholder expectation. That's part of my rules for governing the vehicle, right? What I want the vehicle to do. Remember, what are you trying to do? I want this thing to be reusable a lot. Past designs, like the Freedom Rocket, used an engine section back here instead of girder segments. And I noticed that the engine segment does drift over time. For whatever reason, that part likes to drift around. So I eliminated it from this design, and I went with a strutted girder system for the thrust structure. This needs to be, on a regular conventional stick rocket, this part needs to be the strongest. That is the strongest part of a regular rocket's design. Absolutely the strongest part. Why? Well, this is usually where it attaches to the pad, so it needs to hold the entire rocket up. And then, on top of holding the entire rocket up, it's going to have a lot more force that's greater, 1.3 times greater than the force pushing down on the vehicle. It needs to be able to take the force of gravity from this way and the force of the engines from that way. This part needs to be insanely strong. That wasn't very respectful. Respectfully, and I mean this with all due respect, shut the hell up. Wait, what? So, all right, let's figure this out. So we have an inner stage up here. I have the batteries. We have a probe core. This is the bare minimum to get the stage to work. Let's see. Alrighty. Alright, let me try something here. So, I had an idea for the landing legs, and this idea came to me the other day. I was trying to design a landing leg, and I wasn't really particularly happy with what I was doing. So, let's start with something like this. So, I want this thing to have landing legs like Falcon 9, but not exactly like Falcon 9, okay? So we have the cardinal points here represented by these stripes. And you know what? Believe it or not, just so I never get that wrong, what I'm going to do here is take a 375 flag. I'm going to put it in 4x symmetry. And we're going to... What's VSR3? I'm going to put these right here. And I'm going to remove these from sim. And what I'm going to do is use this to mark cardinal directions on the vehicle. Okay, so how about we do it Saturn V style? And we set that to alpha plane background or alpha channel. The Saturn V used letters. It used alphanumeric for vehicle orientation. Well, it wasn't really alphanumeric. It was just alphas. It was A, B, C, and D for 12, 3, 6, and 9. I need this to understand vehicle orientation, just in case I set the vehicle wrong. Otherwise, the engines would thrust themselves through the rocket instead of just pushing it. Pretty much firework. You'd make a nice engine section sandwich. Okay, save that. Get us out of symmetry. Alright, so what we're going to do is I'm going to hold shift, bring up my rotational gizmo, and we're going to rotate this 45 degrees because I want the hold down points to be attached, to be around the letters right here. Hold down points are another thing we got to figure out. I'm not exactly sure how we're going to do it. Freedom rockets used same vessel collision. They used same vehicle collision to hold the rocket together. However, that might not work exactly how we want this time. We might need to come up with something different. You can give me back my atmospheric analyzer bearings. Stay strong with the crappy thermal bearings in a van down by the river. You're gonna be living off a steady supply of thermal bearings, and you're gonna be living in a van down by the river. No, the atmospheric analyzers were my idea, alright? Don't try to steal my idea just because you remembered an idea that I had. That doesn't make it your idea. Shh. Hey, Pearly. Alright, so... Alright, let's get in here like this. So, we want... I said before that the landing legs for a vehicle that this is a little bit of a chonky vehicle, so we need a little bit of a longer landing leg than you'd see like on Falcon 9, for instance. We need to spread it over a wider mass. So I really want the landing legs to go somewhere up to like here. Now that is arbitrary right now, and we'll dial it in later. Like the landing leg might need to be a little bit longer. I need to see how the vehicle sits, and we need to also see what its dry mass is. Says the one who appropriates jokes. Yeah, it's okay when I do it, though. Not when you do it. Because it's my stream, my rules. Why so many engines? Is it better to use smaller engines or fewer, more powerful ones? Smaller engines will give you better throttle control when you're trying to land, Brian. Because instead of trying to get your thrust exactly correct, like make really, really tiny movements with an engine, with a lot of engines that make a lot of thrust, you shut down the engines and you land on one engine. That same throttle, so like 0 to 100, now is varying your TWR. Instead of varying TWR by like 4 or 5, so you go from 0 to 5 TWR with one engine turned on. Instead of 0 TWR, the engine's off, to 5 TWR. Now you have 0 TWR to like 1.2 TWR, so you can control your descent rate better. That's literally what Falcon 9 does. New Glenn will do the same thing. Now, once again, that takes some serious skill. It takes some serious freaking skill to land on a big motor like that. Or land on one engine and have one dedicated engine to do the whole thing. You really need to have an engine that has very precise throttle control. Think about that with a rocket like New Shepard. New Shepard might be a suborbital rocket, I understand that, but the fact that that first stage lands on one motor, and it's a hydrogen motor on top of that, the fact that it lands on one motor, and that motor is so ridiculously stable with the throttle that it lands about as soft as a helicopter, is pretty damn impressive. 5 TWR would pancake any engine section. Bingo. If Falcon 9 fired all 9 of its engines during landing with... Yeah, it would crunch the engine section. There would be no Falcon 9 left. Alright, what's our dry mass? Current dry mass. We're at 53.24 T. And just while we're... And I say current because we're going to upgrade this. Current wet mass. Let's fill it up with fuel and see how much the first stage See how much mass the first stage is. $269.24. Nice. That's a pretty terrible mass fraction, but it is a first stage. It's not necessarily about mass fraction with first stage. What I'm talking about is how much fuel is on the rocket and how much rocket is on the rocket. Real life rockets are like 95% fuel. It does vary. It depends. It depends on the rocket. So like the space shuttle isn't 95% fuel because there's the space shuttle attached to the side. It has a lesser mass fraction. But, you know, if you want to, say, reuse your vehicle, like the space shuttle, or refurbish it, whatever, whatever your criteria is on what the shuttle is being reusable or refurbishable, that's on you. It doesn't matter. Its point still stands because physics. If you want to pay for something like reusability, you're increasing the amount of rocket that you have on your rocket because you need tiles, you need heat shields, you need whatever. And if you increase your dry mass relative to wet mass, your mass fraction goes down. And if your mass fraction goes down, you'll have less delta V. In fact, mass fraction is very, 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 very much... That part we don't need. It's very much right in the delta V formula, right there. M1 divided by M0. You need mass fraction on a natural logarithmic scale with specific impulse and gravitational constant. Okay, so let's put that out here. So what is our mass fraction right now? Let's take a look. 269 divided by 53. Okay. It's about 1/5, so... Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, we have a mass fraction 80%. 4/5 mass fraction. That's parts in Kerbal are heavy. What can I say? Yeah. Parts in Kerbal are heavy. We don't have tank wall thickness in KSP. You don't have fuel pressure, you don't have tank ullage, stuff like that. We don't have COPVs. These tanks are literally made out of lead. No, firework, the numbers work for what we need. It's just, compared to a real rocket, it's pretty bad. No, I just wanted to get those numbers. Alright, now, where's our center of mass when the vehicle is dry? Okay. Yeah, that's the point where the top of the landing leg needs to be. Oh. Is that really? Did I miss a fuel tank? No, that's really... Huh. Wow. So, Falcon 9, when it comes back down and lands here, let's look over here like this. Go into rocket research, we go into Falcon research pictures. Falcon 9, when it comes back down and lands, see these struts right here? These struts are attached right at where the vehicle's at its center of mass. You know why? Because if the center of mass was up here, it'd be really easy for this thing to tip over. Center of mass is down here somewhere. That's what I'm talking about with mass fraction. The center of mass is way low on this. The tank is nothing, and this is where tank wall thickness really comes into play here. Because these tank walls are so thin, and the vehicle relies on residual pressure to stand upright, when it's, or at least fly correctly, right? And the inner stage is made out of like carbon composite, it's very, very light up here. Comparatively to the engines, which have tons of pipes, tons of moving parts, and they're built really strong because they need to contain an explosion and force it out the bottom, and the thrust structure that I was talking about, right? Yeah, the center of mass ends up being way down here. these things should be either right on the center of mass, or the center of mass should be down a little bit lower. I don't think the center of mass, Chief, when this thing is flying with no fuel in it, is that far down. I think it's somewhere up here, but you got to remember they vent the oxidizer after they land, so it does move down a little bit. It's got to be somewhere right around there. And that point should denote exactly where this vehicle's, how long the landing legs should be. So I need my landing legs, if I really want this thing to be nice and stable, I need my landing legs. My landing leg attachment strut needs to go down here. See, that's not even enough. Uh-oh. And that's the lower attachment point. Oh. Oh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, historian, 49 months. Are we sure that I don't have like a full fuel tank up here or something? Oh. Straight up, that's where it is. I'm actually wondering where it is when these tanks are... like full of fuel. Theoretically, it should be in the same spot. Holy crap! That was 50. It'll end up lower than that purely due to the mass of the whole landing gubbins anyway, so it's not quite as bad as it seems. Yeah.
Discovery,
yeah. Why, Lazy? What did I do? Thanks, man. Damn. Yeah. Okay. No, it's slightly forward biased. So... Jeez, man. I heard your bid for a house was accepted. Oh, thanks, man. Thank you. You guys are gonna make this way easier than it should be. You know, I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. So, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I decided to tell everybody before we closed because, Lazy, you guys are the reason why I'm doing this in the first place. I have champagne in Mena, but I'm not popping the champagne until it's closed, till it's mine. He bought you ramen for the next month. Yep. All right. Passing, how heavy do you think the landing legs are going to be?
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has
We're going to do this right now? Hi, Pals. Thanks, man. Dang it, now you don't have to stream as much. With the mortgage payments looking like how they're looking, Demo, Yeah, you remember in 2020, in 2021, where I ended up streaming like 15 hours a day? Yeah, we're gonna need to do that. I need to fire on all cylinders, man. We need good chamber pressure across 9 engines, you know what I'm saying? I was glad to spread the love for my favorite STEM streamer. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Alright. When is the grand opening? If we close, Chief, it's... If we close, then it's, August 1st should be the move date. If we close. We haven't gotten it yet. Landing leg base will be determined by how much tip angle you want this thing to recover from. Yeah. But see, Demo, the real question here is, will the hybrid tech hold this? Will it hold it? So we're gonna need to, we gotta do some hover tests, man. Stream 9 hours and spend 5 on a second platform or alternative income source. I was thinking stream 17 hours, Doom, and have like, or 15 hours. Let's say 15 hours. Stream 15 hours a day. Maybe not 15. We'll say 12. 12 hours of streaming. 4 hours of card time, 4 hours of game time, 4 hours of space news. I could do that. Yeah. If my shop was like 5 feet away from me, yeah, we could do that. No problem. Time for an Ares hopper. Project Ares is the name of the entire architecture. This is just the MLV, Hellfish, just for future nomenclature. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Anti-homeless fund. Thanks. Tessa, how big of a garage? 92 square meter garage space. And it has an office attached, dude. Actually, it might not be exactly 1,000 square feet, dude. It's close. It's enough for 2 lifts. Tessa, I could... let me just go back here. So, see the Camaro, the Trans Am, the other Camaro, and the other Camaro? That's a 67, a 68, an 81, or no, 81, and then a 2010 or something? I don't care. You see these 4 cars? The garage is enough. It's about that. You could do about that. Right there. Yeah, Doom. So, Tessa, if you took this building, see where the crown of that roof is? Cut that down the center, more or less, and make it as long, the garage as long as to the front of the Super Duty right there. So, from here out to about here and over. Dude, like, if we close on this, we hit the freaking jackpot. Like, I don't know. I don't have an answer. I don't know how I swung this, dude. I don't know how a moron like me figured that one out. So we need the CERN and Hopper. I'll think about it. Yeah, Omni, can you imagine starting to stream early, doing what I did during the pandemic, working on the car in the morning, then working on the stream at night, but you know, that got to be a pain in the butt because I had to wake up super early. I had to drive to my parents' house, which is on the other side of town. It wasn't very long in the morning, but, you know, 11 o'clock during the middle of the day, stopping the stream there, then coming home, coming back, doing space news, and then gaming on top of that. That commute back and forth is a killer, especially if you're streaming like 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 hours a day. If it's all under one roof, 4 hours of car streaming from like 8 to 12, 12 to 4, like right now, gaming, and then 4 to 8, do space news, and then play games after that if we want to for after hours. Yeah, Omni, that's what I'm trying to figure out. But yeah, once again, that is down the road. We gotta close. I gotta close on it. I'm trying not to entertain these ideas until we close on it. Closing should be, I'll have an answer for you in a couple of weeks. Space News Studios, indeed. Exactly, passing. So much room for activities. And the old owners had bunk beds in their kids' rooms. Both their kids have bunk beds. Dear God, please don't turn Space News into 4 hours long. Please, I'm begging you. Okay, 3 hours of Space News. That's fine. And you can be loud. That's right. But whatever. Guys, once again, it's just a thought. Don't entertain it too much. Let's get back to work. I don't know. Maybe. Geeson, spot the mistake.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I think the mistake is kind of right in this area here. Not here, or here so much, but right there. I think, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, too much counterweight. Too much counterweight for that lift angle, let me put it to you like that. I've missed most of the build. What's the basic outline for the scope of the MLV? MLV, reusable first stage right out of the box. Expendable second stage right out of the box. 18-ton payload capacity with RTLS. So first stage coming back, 18 tons to LKO. With the potential down the road of being able to make a reusable second stage, but that's not part of scope right now. Hand, 25-month resub. No outriggers. What an idiot. What was that other link that somebody linked like right after you? Hooded, 10-month resub. I can't thank you enough for the explanations just showed earlier. Thanks so much. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, the black hole, Signer. I know, it's pretty neat. Irony is that it crushed an ambulance, right? Yeah. Ando, 25er. I saw a Thomas explanation in there. What's that? And it's within without stretching? What sort of percentage of your budget? Tessa, it's about as high as we can reasonably go. Taking into account any surprises, but the thing should be live and ready. It should be moving ready. It has everything. No work required. So that new rocket from Astra, they didn't say what the first stage engines are, but they're going to be two Reaver. They didn't say what the engines are, but they're going to be two Reaver engines by Firefly. Really hope they do an upgrade on the TBC to allow gimbal more than one axis. Interesting. Can you ask a Space News question? Yeah, sure. Are you building something for the crane to hold? Landing legs, Sun Temple, but we will eventually. So Tessa, basically like taking into account frick costs, like if there's any surprises. Taking into account like worst case scenario, if there is a worst case scenario, it'll clean me out. But we should be okay otherwise. Yeah, anyway. I mean, see, if the landing leg's pivot here, that landing leg is going to need to be huge. So if we do that, and then we have, like, say the landing leg is right here, and it pivots on an axis that's right around there, and we do something like this, right? And then something like that. Monkas. Yeah. But see, if we look now, look. See, with, the landing legs probably aren't going to be that heavy, but even taking into account that a little bit of extra dry mass right there, look where it goes down to. And then if we take that into account again, right, and then move this down here, then the landing leg only needs to be that tall. But see, now that moved our center of mass again, didn't it? How big are Falcon 9's landing legs? Oh, I don't know. I don't know the exact size. I've seen one up close, but a Falcon 9 style landing leg, guys, like if I was going to do it kind of relative to scale, would probably look something like this. Now, if these landing legs flip up, where does that get us? Yeah. See that? Now let's just say, for instance, let's just say the landing legs end up being a little bit heavier. What happens if we do something like that? Still. Wait, we're still getting a delta V reading, which means... yeah, which means there was still fuel in some of those tanks because we were getting a DV reading. So what I'm doing is I'm coming up with the geometry for the landing legs here. That means that this thing needs to be about that long. All right, now I need to see something else here. Ideally, I would want this, right? We would need something like these. What's the throw on one of these things? Any mods for this game or stock plus DLC? Clay, I'm using stock plus DLC, dude. Yeah, demo, that could work. Now what happens when these are folded up? See, Falcon 9's landing struts, like the struts that are on the outs, like these things. See those? Those are on. These are basically folded up right here, and then as the landing leg opens, right, it opens down like this. This thing rotates down like that. The landing leg actually covers up the landing strut. That's why figuring out the geometry of this is such a big, important thing to understand. Because see how the hydraulics are going further than the landing leg? It's actually a pretty damn complicated shape. We need the top of the landing leg to be up here somewhere. Because we need a connection to hold, we need to put some kind of connection in here for the front of the hydraulic to hold the thing. We need to put a crush core in there, right? There needs to be a crush core in there so we don't damage the booster. And now if this is like this, and we throw that all the way, where does this attach? And see, that's not even enough. This thing needs to be down like this. Would New Shepard or New Glen legs be easier? Is it going to be above the COM? I don't think so, Demo. I think it's below still. Well, we don't really know what New Glen's landing legs look like. Blue has teased them, but we've never seen flight hardware. That doesn't mean that they don't have them, but... And someone, did I ever answer your question about horizontal integration? I don't think I did. I think I moved somewhere else. I switched to the other subject. I don't even know if someone's still here. If anyone sees someone, tell them sorry I didn't answer his question, because we were talking about this before, and this is what reminded me of it, horizontal integration. We could do horizontal integration, but it's harder to work with the force of gravity because of the moment over certain things, because center of masses are all shifted around. Yeah, if someone's not here, I'll just shoot him a private message. Yeah, it's alright, Benno. So that's the first one, and then this is the second one. I love how they used a deferred in their diagram. New Glen's also going to be ridiculously large, by the way. What's up, Benno? Hey, I'm sorry, we were looking at this video here, and you asked about horizontal integration, and I don't think I ever finished the question. Horizontal integration is doable. I can do it. It's doable. The thing about horizontal integration in Kerbal is that it has to be exact. It has to be exact. Hinge drift can prevent that from happening. But with my Kraken tech bearing hinges, the hybrid tech that we've been coming up with, it can make it doable. Because if my transporter erector hinge doesn't ever drift down, forward, whatever, and it basically stays the same every time, even after being reused, because the hybrid tech is holding it in position, it won't drift, right? Then it's plausible. You could do it. But it's hard. It's difficult because you've got to come up with all kinds of crazy brackets for the crane to lift the vehicle up. Because like a first stage has a really weird center of mass. It's extremely rearward center of mass biased. We could do it. It's possible. I could do it. However, it could be complicated. It's a little bit difficult to get that exactly right, especially when it comes to putting the root part on. Because if I go and attach it and it's not lined up exactly, and the capsule needs to be the root part, that needs to be the controlling part. And if the capsule points up and it snap docks, the entire pad will snap dock into the ground and it blows up. That was the problem with Condor's pad. Vessel docking hierarchy kind of screwed me there. Didn't the new Kerbal update improve hinge drift? I don't see how. I never really tested it fully, Demo, because I was on like Kerbal break when it happened. But that doesn't mean that you can't do it. The thing is that horizontal integration, the process of doing it is easier. It doesn't take as long as you don't have to lift this whole thing up and stack it and lift a whole other thing up and stack it. You just, literally the distance that the crane has to move is a lot shorter, right? Make sense? So horizontal integration might take a little bit longer to engineer because a TE is a lot harder to engineer than just a launch pedestal, right? That's the transporter erector for Falcon 9 is a complicated piece of equipment. It's almost as complicated as Falcon 9 is, right? So the thing about horizontal integration is that in the long run, if you take more time engineering out the TE and you make something that works and you basically make it reliable enough that your integration methods are perfect every time, and it's reusable on top of that, like it doesn't drift, it doesn't bend out of shape, because you need to use the TE as an alignment jig to place your first stages down. If all that works correctly, then you should be fine. Yeah. Then, yeah, horizontal integration can make sense for quick integrations down the road. But right now, like, I could spend time engineering that if we really wanted to. But, like, let's be real, man. A TE for this rocket would be... Hey, Luke, what's going on? See last, single heavy piston internal with 4x symmetry on the end. What about a single central piston internal with hinges on it for the links? Maybe. Like we went through this, and it takes a lot of time to get it right. If I gave it another stab, I could probably engineer it faster than last time. But remember, fellas, 45-minute integration time. It has to be that fast. Yeah, Luke, I've had a great day. Guys, what I'm thinking for these rockets, and once again, it really depends on how well this all goes together. I want one pad that can launch this rocket, the medium launch vehicle, and the heavy launch vehicle. It needs to be able to do both of those things. Okay? The best way to do that would be A, to come up with some type of adapter. Or B, okay, so if we have an adapter, we'd need to do something like the milk stool. An adapter like that. It's doable. Sure, absolutely, I can do that. No problem. Building vertically is easy. We could make this. I can make that. We could milk stool it. But consider what the milk stool is standing on. I think, honestly, doing mobile launchers might be the right idea here. Remember, stakeholder expectations. I need to be able to put the vehicle together in 45 minutes. If something goes wrong, it needs to take an hour max, or else I will bore everyone in chat to death. I understand this. I don't think building a crawler is the right idea, Sun Temple. There are easier ways to move around an ML in KSP. We can do it. And, I mean, once again, we're going to have to do a trade sim with it. How long do the legs have to be to have an acceptable level of stability? This right here should be good enough. Right there, that should hold it up. Should. Here, you know what? Hellfish, let's go. Let's take a look here. I'm gonna put these legs pretty much exactly where I want my pivot point to be. And the legs need to be attached to the fairing. Let's just go with this, grasshopper style. Actually, you don't really need grip pads here. I'll just do that because... This is the MLV, Scary. It's not new Condor. It's basically a clean sheet design, but it'll land like Condor. But yeah, this is my own design, dude. It obviously landing legs, engine clusters. It's like Falcon 9, right? Like there's some stuff that's inspired from Condor, but that's not really what it's designed to do. Did they fix the grip pads? I don't know. We'll find out. I would really prefer to do this on a test stand or something, but it's okay. We'll just do a little bit of this, do a little bit of this. Honestly, fellas, I would need to qualify this in mission mode. So we're going to have to do all this testing again in mission mode. Okay? Because that's rules. You have to prove that it works. You can't just take it from engineering mode. If I take a file from another save, we have to make sure. I actually don't think it needs to be that high up off the ground. Last, please. How about an adapter that is attached on hinges and lifts and lowers into position? So landing legs. Yeah, I got you. In what regard, Chief? Sorry, I'm focusing on this. Why do we want that? You don't need legs if you catch it with a helicopter. Pad adapter for medium and heavy launch vehicles. Oh, yeah. That was the first... Yeah, I know. That was my first solution. I said we could make an adapter or we could make mobile launchers. In this particular case, this is a mobile launcher with an adapter on it. Don't get me wrong, we're not making an ML that looks like that. Mine are going to be optimized for KSP.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
How about we catch it on my boat? And drop it. See this? That's not going to end well at all. That's pretty smart. Auto smart reuse. Yeah, right. Yeah, we just eject the core. It's fine. Save the price, even save the expensive part. See, that was bad. That is not what I intended it to do. At all. That was not good. And I see the reason why. We don't have the ISO grid. The ISO grid struts going all the way to the bottom. Basically, there's no structure between the engine section and the first tank. That should fix that problem. It's like Falcon 9. Oh man, are we gonna... That... Oh boy. Yeah, that's actually really like Falcon 9. Falcon 9 doesn't have 1.0 TWR with firing on one engine with low fuel. It only goes above 1 TWR maybe at the very, very end, like right before they shut the engine off. That's on purpose. But that also doesn't leave us a lot of margin for error if we're trying to, you know, land this. We're going to have to really, really get good at landing these things. What if the engines did eject with a parachute? I mean, if they ejected with a parachute, we could go and get them. But, Cuban, you gotta remember, that's not what I want to do with this. My intention, my stakeholder expectation is to vertically land it. I could do smart reuse. That's possible. What would be the point of boosting the booster all the way back and getting it right here and then just popping the engines off and blowing up the core? What's the purpose of that? If we're bringing the whole booster back near the launch site, why don't we just bring the engine? Why don't we just land it in one piece? It's not mission mode ready. Are you boosting back to land only? Yes. I need to get this thing back to the launch site, Tactical. Don't think Falcon 9 thinks super heavy. It needs to get back to the pad for quick reintegration. So I don't bore you to death on the ground doing ground ops all day, even though that's what I enjoy doing. But I also enjoy going up into space and launching things too, so. It looked all right. That's pretty damn stable. I mean, I don't think it's gonna... Here, let me... Because we're in debug, or engineering mode, let's just... Yeah, see, that's what I'm wondering about. Coming down at like an angle. Coming down at an angle can really screw you, and that's because my center of gravity is above that strut. How you figured out the mission mode? Or is it already part of it? Can you rephrase the question, Ciantic? I'm not exactly 100% sure what you're trying to ask me. It will react differently on a piston. Yeah, once again, Doom, I know you want it on a piston. Remember, this is my design, okay? Check out the name tag. Check out the name tag. You're in my world now. Have you figured out the mission mode? See, only Doom got that joke. I know everybody knows it's from Happy Gilmore, but there's another layer of irony in that joke. What if you did something like this? You want me to do a latching end effector? For what part, demo? How long do you think it will take to finish and design this? Well, as long as it takes. Yeah, Ryan, I don't have an answer for you. Fellas, when I first started mission mode, I started mission mode with the Imahara rocket. I started with a rocket and launch vehicle engineered already. That's when we started mission mode. And I took a break from mission mode, and now this is mission mode 2.1. So I'm going to develop out the architecture this time, and we're going to go from there. to catch it instead of landing legs. You want me to do a latching end effector? On what? On a landing spot? On a landing zone? And you somehow think that will be less complicated than this? No, I don't think so. There goes chat again, just telling me how to play the game. Pretty sure we tried this, where I tried doing what you guys like to do, and trying to play the game the way you guys want to play the game, like in terms of vehicle design, and yeah, that didn't end well. Yeah, I ended up taking 6 months off of KSP, so yeah, how about we don't do that? You're thinking, what's your thought? I'll show you. Nah, that's... What does the vector have to do with this? Watch the bolt carrier, blue. The blue and the see, it's using a vertical buffer tube. I could have landing legs that are like this on the vehicle, right? And then they go down and then they go out with a slot mechanism like that. We could do it. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I think that would be a lot simpler. So, Doom, I'm not entirely sure if this is what you were saying, but we could have, like, these here, right? And then these could push down. And if we did this right, I'll just... here. Collins will work, Duffney, but it would be tough to put together. It's not operational in my mission mode 2 save, no. Okay, I see. Cheers. I flew it today just to show it off, but yeah. I mean, I'll consider the shuttle. I'll keep the shuttle integration in the back of my mind. Maybe we'll do that for fun. Yeah, Shady. That's kind of what I'm thinking. That sliding down design, like what we have in the original New Glenn, that works. Or our new Jeb rocket. Here, let me bring it in. I'll show you. I was talking about having a single piston that all 4 links are connected to. I flew it today, but I crashed it. I crashed. Because I didn't get... I forgot a step. Did you see the picture of Sagittarius A? Yep. Oh, yeah. It's a straight old school hinge. So what this thing does is when we undock the landing legs, they go down. They go down like this, right? And then the air brake opens like that, and that actually knocks the leg out into position like this, and it rotates that docking port to dock into place like that. And that deploys the legs. Yeah, I saw one render of New Glenn when we made this rocket. This was like back in 2017. I saw one render and they never really showed how the legs were going to open up, so I just kind of figured out my own mechanism. I like this slotted idea. That's actually pretty good. It's doable. I could do an air brake slot mechanism like this, and instead of like double docking ports, I could just have it extend on a hydraulic. And when it gets into the lowered position like this, same vessel collision down here, right? And we could just lock everything out, and it would just we could put guide rails in and stuff. Like it would work. Yeah, Doom, I understand your idea. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I got you, man. I mean, then there's the other solution. The other solution is just quite literally we go with the Neptune solution. Would you even need the air brake thing with the parts we have available? No. Yeah, no, Elvis, I just said we could do it with the robotic parts, and then Kraken Tech can hold the hybrid tech will hold the whole thing together, so we don't have to worry about them drifting. But it's not as simple as that, Tessa. How do we... So we land it, and we land it like this. How do we reintegrate? Ha. 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 I like the way this rocket looks thus far, just on a side note. And I'll be honest, I really like the orange tank. I like the orange tanks. I think they look cool. I think that looks aesthetic as all hell. But I might keep the black and white tanks. And once again, guys, this is a lot of sitting here and thinking. It's a lot of sitting here and thinking, but that's okay. The longer the time we take here, if we make a more reliable system, it ain't gonna matter. Move it with a forklift. Yeah. Yep. Hey Zimpty, what's up? Yeah, that's right, Seth. I think... Yeah, I think we should go with the, Fluids, screw with the flying cigarette? I'm considering it, Hellfish. It's not a bad way to do things. I don't really care what anybody says, like... It's not a bad way to make stuff happen. Looks like a promising first stage, yeah. Yeah, no, I still want a Falcon 9 style landing. I want to do that. Let's try that. I've made up my mind. Let's do it. I want that to be done that way. Okay, so let's go like this. That's where the hinge points need to be. Right there. Alright, let's come up with something. So we want to aim right around here. That's... Yeah. Yep, okay. Alright. Let me get the thermo bearing out. actually. I just need to look at something. Oh. Huh, well, okay. Yeah, this needs to be done like this. Okay. Could you start? Yeah. I mean, yeah, we could. Yeah, that's basically where I want the hold down points to be. We need the hold down points here, and then we need the landing legs here. So, let's work on hold downs first. How about Twisted T, dude? That thing is nuts, man. And okay, Tessa, am I the only one here that looks at like a drop top Crown Vic and like that's actually a really cool car? Like, I don't understand why Ford didn't make that. Like, can you imagine a two-door Crown Vic, right? Like the Thunderbird with a drop top on it. Like, why didn't they? Actually, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, they did make that. They made the new Thunderbird, and no one cared. So they did do that. Never mind. Because it looks awful. I like the convertible Crown Vic. I think that it doesn't look as bad as you might think, which is strange. Yeah, oddly enough. All right. So, here's what I want. Here's what we want for my hold down points. I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna try something, and I want to see how much this actually holds up. Just out of curiosity, okay? So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into Action Group 1, and then we're gonna select this part, enable same vessel collision, right? That's what we do. Shut that off, turn the RCS off. Now we have SVI on this part. So let's go in here like this. I'm gonna change the music. Let's go over here. What kind of super heavy launch vehicle are you thinking of including in your architecture? Is it something that's up in the air? Haven't fleshed it out yet, Novus. I'm coming up with ideas, and I want it to be derived. So I want the super heavy launch vehicle to be derived from this, in the same way that Ares 5 is derived from Ares 1, and Saturn 5 is derived from Saturn 1B. You could tell that they took the lessons from the Saturn 1B and started flying that thing, and they were incorporating lessons from the Saturn 1B into the Saturn 5 as they designed it. Inside source on Reddit says Booster 7 is getting prepared for static firing. Oh. Neat. Oh, can you take a break as soon as possible? I have an important meeting at 4:30 and we need to talk. Yeah. Yeah, Bree, give me a second, okay? Get rid of my guide markers. Take this. Four hold down points generally seems to be the rule of thumb here. I know, Tessa. Believe me, I know. Does that clear all the engines? Oh, yeah, we're clear by a long shot. Cool. Okay. So... yeah, we're gonna clear that by a pretty good margin. Okay. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to take a break here in a moment. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a break here in a second, but let me just get this on paper and then we'll go. Well, there are other things I need to get on paper right now, but that's another story. What is this, from 1992? No, that's you, Tessa. You're old. Get it? Okay. All right. I don't like that. 92 is not old. 19,922 is old? You're from 81? Huh, even worse. Okay. Fellas, that's good. I know I literally have placed 4 parts. But yeah, that's good. We got through a big thing. I decided I want to do unfolding landing, like flip down landing legs like Falcon 9. I think that would be the best way to do this. What I'm trying to think about, and really what's kind of like, I don't know why I did it. What I'm trying to do is figure out a way to make them retractable by themselves. I'm trying to take Falcon 9's landing legs and make them be able to move back up into position. If we can't do that, then, well, we're going to need to go get our old flipper robots out and flip them, have them flip stuff, which is not that big of a deal, but it is another thing to take care of, which is kind of annoying. But once again, all right, I got to take a break, guys. Yeah, we are going to, I said I was going to play Flight Sim tomorrow. Fred! Yeah, right. I said I was going to play Flight Simulator tomorrow. And then Saturday, guys, we have Building Inspector coming. So, Yeah, early hours on Saturdays. We got a building inspector coming to the house. So what we're most likely going to do is I'll come home, we'll do space news right away. And then we'll do space